right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. We're back at it again after a 19-hour stream. I finally got some rest, spent some time with the wife and with the kid, did some stretching and whatnot, and hopefully we're in a position to be able to finish this on out. I hope all of you are doing well. Hope you got amazing plans for the weekend. Hope some of you have been able to check out the alpha yourself. I definitely had a great time with it. I plan to jump right back into a second playthrough after we get done with this one. But no, Quintech, this will definitely not be another 19-hour stream. I'm not doing those back to back. Thank you very much. Sarah, what's going on? Elsie, how are you? What's up, Niska? Hey, glad you're able to catch a stream. Travis, what's good, man? What's up, Jaquaticus? Yeah, man, I'm really enjoying it. I don't know if I would say 10 out of 10. Obviously, it's alpha, so there's a lot of things they need to do better, but I had a great time with it yesterday, and I'm really excited for what the full version is going to be like. What's up, Tristan? How are you? Hope all of you are doing quite well. All right, when we dropped off last time, and I apologize ahead of time, I think my voice is a little hoarse, probably from all the streaming I did yesterday, so definitely plan to take it easy this stream, but we dropped off in what I assume is the very last area of this game, and I assume we're about to get into a major fight. So we're trapped, and I think it's the Tyrant Star. It made some references to the very beginning of this game that we don't get to actually play through, but it seems like there's some ancient force that is following us, that has become interested in us, and we're gonna have to fight against it and potentially fight against some otherworldly creatures as well. So I'm a little irritated, I'm gotta be honest with you. Love this playthrough, love the game, had a great time with it. Only thing I don't like is that trash bug, because now I'm missing some of the weapons that I should have for my people. So hopefully that doesn't screw me over too badly. We'll see. How's leveling up? It's a lot more streamlined, and yet Quanticus, I feel like they maintained a lot of what made it originally so awesome. KW, what's going on? Appreciate you sign up as a member over on YouTube, dude. Is that a mask on the crew companion portrait, or is that her beak and mouth? It's her beak and mouth. Here, hold on. Here, so here you go. Here's the crew companion portrait. So I think that's paint in the upper part, and then that's just her beak and mouth. And then I don't know if there's a way. I don't think I can show you what the level up system is like from here. But when we get through with this fight, I'll load up. I have a save where I was just about to level up, and I can show you how it works, Quanticus. Yeah, the models for this game look amazing, much better. Like if you look at Cog, here, let me take off this mask. Like that looks so freaking cool. Really freaking cool. The models look way better. Like, it's interesting. I already recorded my video for tomorrow, giving my thoughts on the alpha. I just got to edit it and whatnot. And one of the things I mentioned is, in my opinion, when you looked at the first trailer for Dark Heresy, it doesn't look like a major visual upgrade from Rogue Trader. It basically looks like they took Rogue Trader and just telling a different story in that same engine. But playing this game, it's definitely a noticeable upgrade. Definitely. I haven't heard anything about the tall as of yet. What in the hell? And all right, looks like we don't even have to wait. What the heck is that thing? A bone warden, and it's the commander. This is the commander. Side dome defenses. Immune to any damage dealt from the outside of the side dome. At the start of each turn, the acolyte and their allies suffer damage and -4 morale. Ooh. So we need this down ASAP. Resurrection. After 4 units in their turn, Bone Warden establishes a connection with up to 8 corpses. If the corpses are destroyed before that, Bone Warden instead makes 6 attacks against random targets, each dealing from 20 to 30 damage. Okay. Drags up to 8 corpses to itself and concentrates. After 3 units in their turn, it launches the corpses towards the acolytes and the allies. On each corpse explodes, dealing damage. Inside the side dome, units are immune to any damage dealt from the outside. At the start of next turn, Bone Warden uses a corpse rain. Okay, yeah, this all sounds terrible. I don't want you around at all. Bone Warden can establish a connection with selected corpses. It cannot move or be wounded. Is immune to any action affecting its morale. Its unit concentration also cannot be disrupted. It has 186 wounds and 114 armor durability. Interesting. Yeah, I like the UI upgrade as well, for sure. What's up, Vorin? How are you, dude? What's up, Pounder? You know, my PS5 already? Rust the pillar? I think so, Angelos. All right. All right. Interesting. Oh, so he's going to pull. Interesting. So it looks like some of these corpses are inside the cover. So I wonder if that means if you use these things as cover, when he pulls it out, it's going to be a problem. All right. Well, regardless, run to the pillar is definitely the move, because that thing has got to be stopped. Here, hold on. Do I need to move you to get Cog closer? Is that what it is? There we go. And then how close can you get? You can get there, fine. In fact, yeah, let's make sure we're all as close to each other as possible. Everybody get behind Cog. All right, we'll see. What up, Dickie? Yeah, things are getting absolutely out of hand. I have no idea what this Bone Warden is, but this cannot be good. What's up, Vendor? I think the game is fantastic so far, in my opinion. Good Lord. Oh, wow. Yeah. There is no cover whatsoever. All right, so. Oh, this is her. So let's see. She can get up this far. And I'm bothering, but you're on the fence. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's alpha, so it's hard for me to just say straight up, oh yeah, definitely you should go ahead and get it, because a lot of people, they're gonna have an issue, you know, with bugs and things of that nature. But if that's not a concern, if that doesn't bother you, I would definitely recommend go ahead and give it a try. Actually, what am I thinking? She might as well come all the way on in. And then, who's this? That's the bone pillar doing something. Who's up next? Why won't it let me click on them? Who is that? All right, fine, whatever. Let me, yeah, do that twice. Oh, wait, I don't think it will even, looks like it won't even let me damage them. Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually even damaging them. They might be immune. Hold on. Expulsion will be launched at the acolyte or the ally. 2 unit ends, it explodes. Dead matter. A puppet controlled by a Bone Warden. Once defeated, counts as cover. Cadaver. Since the unit is not a living creature, changes to morale affected differently. While broken, it does nothing. Yada, yada, yada. Does it have, it has health. So I don't understand. Interesting. What about the RPG elements? I've read they are fantastic. I would agree with that. I think the RPG elements are really, really strong. So you're playing as an acolyte of the Inquisition, and you're doing a lot as far as trying to investigate cases and find evidence of heresy and things of that nature. And I feel like that aspect of the game works very, very well. What's up, Gio? How are you? See it for yesterday. Yeah, it's not live because YouTube is still processing it. I assume because of the 19 hours, but it's definitely annoying. Yeah, the game looks great, Leo. What's up, Adam? I just got started. You haven't missed anything. Maybe because you're inside of the dome, but I thought the dome just prevents damage from coming in. Immune to any damage dealt from the outside of the dome. Doesn't say that you can't damage enemies inside of the dome. And in fact, speaking of which, maybe that means I should be targeting you. Really? But then if I target you, yeah, you know what? Here. Okay, so I did set you on fire. Okay, so armor durability did go down. It's just not reflected in the portrait here, which is what I was looking at, because I can't see the health here. But if you look at it directly, it did go down. Okay, cool. That works. So we're just going to destroy you this way. Let's do it. All right. You can't. Here we go. Take all that off. Damn. He can't get as far as I would really like him to. Vendor, appreciate you following me over on Twitch. What up, Randall? Damn, he can't even hit you, because that would require hitting my companion. So, you know, we'll do that. And then, yeah, sure, let's do that. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so you can hit them. That's interesting. Oh, and now it's letting him move. That's, I don't know why it's letting him move now all of a sudden. He's almost in the dome. Well, we'll figure that out. And you'll come out here. And then I've got something great for this. Let's do that. Oh, yeah, actually. Let's do that. And then can he? No, I can't do that, but we'll do this. And then, yep. Like that. That's very nice, very nice. All right. Yeah, you all keep talking about ultras. I'm gonna have to play that at some point. What's up, Moonlight? This looks like Path of Exile. Nice. Cog. How could Cog is standing right here? How can he not get over there? Here. Let's go over here. And then, are you serious? What do you mean no suitable path to reach target? Just charge up there. What's the problem? Okay, wait, so he can get here. They'll let him charge over here. That's weird the way that I just had to do that. But I'll take it. Okay, that did work. Nice. All right. That was unfortunate. Whoa! I do not like how fast they're moving. That is not cool. Why can she only move this little bit? Oh, did she get injured some sort of way? The unit's MP is reduced by half due to a psychic phenomena, grave cold. Well, isn't that interesting? She can't even shoot any of them from here. How is that possible? Can't be. I don't think that part of the game is working properly. Yeah, that doesn't show up the way it's supposed to. Cog smash. Yeah, hitbox problems with Cog a little bit. Definitely understand, but $80 is quite a sum. Gonna watch you play and see what's up. Yeah, by all means, take your time. Take your time. There ain't no rush. Ain't no rush at all. Let's see. And then that. And then that. And then you. And then you got 24, so there's a possibility. And arms is what I want. Good enough. All right, and we'll let that go. All right, now, oh, did you experience the same thing? Damn, that's unfortunate. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and give you some more morale. And then we'll give you another turn. And then that guy is considered to be in melee range, no problem. And we'll take off this so that we could do this. And then, bam. There we go. And okay, now it's down to just his wounds. That's helpful. And let it go. You have precise strikes. Yeah, so it goes into a VAT system where you can target specific body parts. Alpha is about 10 to 15 hours of content. And you're on Murder Blood Island. What up, 3? What up, So Cold? I hope they give Operator more love in Dark Heresy. Operative is the archetype that the Kroot uses, and it's definitely different. So as soon as we're pretty close to the end of the alpha, I feel sure of that. And so once it ends, I'm going to load up a save where I did level ups so you all can see the leveling system and some of the different mechanics. What are you standing on? I don't know. Yeah, I want some more morale. Yep. And then we'll go ahead and do that. And not enough, huh? How much are you? Oh, that took 16. All right, fine. Well. Where you going? Augur didn't like that. And now the Bone Warden. That's not cool. All right, back to you. Actually, no. So your armor is done for. Burst shots and area attacks. This is the only problem. Yeah, you don't have. Let's see, you do. How does yours work? Bonus damage to armor on this one as well. What does the regular pistol do? Deals additional damage to only target and influence. Laser single shot, and then she could do a precise shot, so that's nice. Okay, but that's it. So this doesn't help with that. She can't do this to herself, so yeah, we'll just go for the precise shot and leave it at that. Hit the column, 15 damage, and that's it. Okay, and nobody close by her needs any sort of healing yet, so we'll leave that alone. Now he's gonna go ahead and get inside, and then yours is not armor specific. All right, so you can just go ahead and go crazy, and let's see, is that actually here be helpful to get one. No, actually, no, it's not. Okay, cool. You're within your area of influence. And then let's go bonkers with it, hopefully. 23 left. All right, I feel pretty good about that. And then he's also going to, oh crap. No, what happened? What happened? Bond. Side on defense. It ended his turn. Why did it end his turn? Sorrow's morale changed to -3. Sorrow critical level of body part torso. Sorrow missed turn. Why? Sorrow dome effect. Morale is changed for 1. He lost 4 morale, which is crazy. Yeah, I don't understand why that just happened. Why is the claw mommy not clawing? I'm unimpressed with the amount of damage that claw does, to be honest with you. Not too experienced with CRPGs, only ones you played at Dragon Age, Pathfinder, BG3. You got 3 under your belt. That's experience for sure. And that's enough experience where you should feel comfortable jumping in this. If you play Pathfinder, to me, you'd be fine at Rogue Trader. If you be fine at Rogue Trader, you'll be fine at this. Yeah, catechine and armor feels wrong. Catechines aren't supposed to use armor. I actually know nothing about him. Oh yeah, it actually, did it kill him? No, it didn't kill him. He's still here. It just, yeah, I don't understand why it skipped his turn, but whatever. Whatever, I'm not gonna worry about it. Where it does 30 less damage afterwards. So, that does not expand. Can I use this last, I wonder? Here. Let's go. Let's do that. Yep. And his armor is okay for the most part right now. Why won't they let me? Here. That worked, right? Yeah. Now it's 22. And now I should be able, or you know what, let's go ahead and do it. There we go. I like that. All right. Sheesh. Okay. Woo. There's a lot more mechanics going on with combat. There is a lot more mechanics, but they're a lot easier to activate. Very nice, very nice. What is going on over here? So let me loot everything before I touch that. Thank you. There we go. What I like is you don't have to manually activate all those buffs. You just click on the button and then it's considered to be, it'll go into effect once you do your attack, which allows combat to be a lot faster than what it usually is, especially for turn-based. Is there anything here I can put on Cog? I hate that Cog does not have a ranged weapon he can use. That is so whack. Last gun, extra armor damage. Yeah, but this last gun is terrible. Baton. Yeah, he doesn't have anything all that great either. This weapon deals strength bonus additional damage for each negative point of morale on the target. Yeah, he literally can't use anything from there anyway. Yeah, that's not that great. How is this in comparison to the melee weapon you're using? +7 extra damage, so yeah, not all that great. It does have the power slam though. Sorry, Powder. Sorry. You finished Pathfinder games? I'm sure Dragon Age is as insane. Dragon Age 2 is not nearly as crazy as the Pathfinder games, no. Yeah, nowhere near as difficult. My personal favorite is Dragon Age Origins, and if I was to say second place, I would actually put Inquisition. So I would say Dragon Age 2 is my least favorite of the Dragon Age games. Well, I guess not anymore. I think Veilguard is my least favorite, but then Dragon Age 2 would be right above it. But honestly, I still love Dragon Age in general, so Dragon Age 2, it's very, very much so well worth playing, well worth your time. You must first submit your case report using the Inquisitorial Journal. Oh, that's interesting. All right, so we're here. And now we finally know. Yep, workers' footprints. Yeah, drowned workers, bloated bodies. What's the deal here? Durkis's penitent squad drowned Inquisitor Millicentilla's workers. Confessor Ursulus's teachings warped the workers' mind, inspiring them to drown themselves in an act of penance. Neither one of those happened. What's up, Harold? How are you, man? How does remove conclusion work? Oh, you can remove conclusion that way? Is that the way it's supposed to work? I don't know what purpose remove conclusion has here. Okay. This research. I know these soft skins, strong warriors, stronger than others in this place. I've watched them. And I have not seen the training. They only eat, drink, and swallow the black potion. Now, companion officer assistants, heart of my past vein. They're at the hole in the ground. They came for prey in a battle with Lone Eyes warriors. They had no use for other soft skins. What up, Embrace? How are you, dude? Carno, what's good, man? How are you? Not a fan. Anna Laren didn't like BG3. What do you dislike about Larian games, Duje? Colony Ship was amazing, and the Shadowrun games. I have reviews on my channel of both. Definitely agree with that. Let's see, wait. The Bog Beasts have been terrorizing settlements. Who have been terrorizing settlements, violated the non-aggression pact, and attacked the Baron's Gain at the excavation site. Afterward, they targeted the civilians. Looks like it. By attacking and devouring the Baron's men at the excavation site. I believe that's what happened. Research. Hunting them to extinction. And what's your deal? Second half. Cool. All right, now. Oh wait, you okay? Case data. Then the Baron is not afraid to resort to brutal methods to maintain order in the Hab Zone. That's true. And all the feral gangs. That is definitely true. All right, now. The burning of Silent Sector's Hab Zone was a consequence of the Night Lord's campaign of terror. Yes. A few months ago, Confessor Ursumus embarked on an outreach mission to the neighboring Silenza Sector's Hab Zone, where he suffered wounds that never healed. Ursumus suffered unhealing wounds, resulting in his being elevated to the status of a holy martyr, spoken by the God Emperor himself. No. After the tragedy, he renounced Saint Sibelius and began preaching repentance of transgressions through suffering. Yes. What about you? The divers are prone to mutation. Some of them have mutated to the point of having four-toed feet. It was they who left. No, that's not true. They have distorted mutations, but they don't have four-toed feet. I'd like to see a sequel to Colony Ship. I would love to see a sequel where the ship arrives where it's supposed to go, and now these people have to find out how to live with each other. That would be amazing. You just like the theme park feeling of them. To me, it's like a Disneyland kind of games rather than epic adventures. I see what you're saying. Larian has a very, very unique style that's very different from any other games you could play. After bodies assume nearly all the pharaohs, they acquire the taste. Oh, also I get more conclusions based on this. Is that how it works? Interesting. Divers. No, divers are prone to mutations. No, that was the bog beast who left that. The divers worship a false idol, performing sacrificial rituals in honor that verge on heresy. Kill the expedition members for ritual purpose. No. Dispose of the bodies of those unwanted by the Baron in the sea. Yeah, okay. Some information contradicts this conclusion. Offering corpses of their kin to the sea that feeds them is a diver tradition stretching back centuries. The sea creature idol on the cap is a statue of Saint Sibelius, which has been raised on the body of the sea by the divers. Why is that a contradiction to what is being said here? What's up, Maxim? How are you, dude? What's up, Owen? I saw you live and dropped in. Love your content. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. Learned so much about CRPGs from you. Thank you so much, man. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. What's up, wine guy? How are you, man? What up, Hellblade? Hey, I'm happy to hear it, man. Happy to hear it. Make offers to a sea creature idol in their camp. Performing sacrificial. Well, they don't perform sacrificial rituals. Well, actually, on some level they do, right? Offering corpses to their kin to the sea that feeds them is a diver tradition. Yeah. I mean, basically, yeah. That is true, though. All right. Was the victim of the Night Lord's merciless terror in the neighboring Hab Zone. That's true. The renegade Astartes campaign of terror has perverted the true faith of the Emperor in Merisportum, forcing many people to inflict pain, suffering, and death on themselves and those around them. Agreed. Has this changed? There we go. The divers are prone to mutations. Some of them have... No, the divers are mutants who worship a false idol, appeasing it by sacrificing the Hab denizens. Interesting. I see how this works now. That's interesting. So as you... This probably expands the options you have when making a report. There we go. Penitent Squad teaches what the workers' minds, inspiring them to drown themselves in an act of penance. No. Let's see. Everyone to the pyre. The carvers eliminate anyone who stirs up trouble in Merisportum. That's true. Is infamous for being ill-tempered and prone to acts of violence. When enraged, they kill people and hide the bodies afterwards. Well, I mean, both of these are true. Both of these are true. So why do I am choosing one or the other? Is infamous for being ill-tempered and prone to acts of violence. When enraged, they kill people and hide the bodies afterwards. Here, we'll do it like this. The pharaohs abduct people from Merisportum so as to pay off the crew that have been terrorizing them. No. Gangs of pharaohs are taking revenge against the Baron and the people of Merisportum for their exile. They raid, loot, kill, and capture locals. Isolated, scattered groups pose little or no threat to the denizens of the Hab Zone. There we go. Carver gang. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, so wait, you can move all of this around. So you can spread out. I'm like, damn, this keeps... Why is this all on top of each other? Because it doesn't have to be on top of each other. You could move this around as you need to. That's helpful. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now I have some space to work with. Okay. Okay. What is this now? Oh, okay. This allows you to go right to who caused the disappearances. Renegade Astartes. Okay. Cool. Nice. I'm very picky about what games I play. BG3 is not keeping the CRPG alive. It just made it popular for 2 months. It's Outcat that is keeping the genre alive. Oh. I like Outcat CRPGs more than Baldur's Gate 3. Or more. I like Outcat CRPGs more than Larian CRPGs. If it's a discussion about who is doing more for the CRPG genre overall, there's not really a question. Larian is doing more for CRPGs because Larian is showing the video game industry that CRPGs are marketable, that there's a large market for it. Wasn't there just an announcement that Baldur's Gate 3 sold like 20 million copies? All right. The most copies Outcat has ever sold is 2 million, at least as far as what has been publicly reported. The highest selling Outcat game ever is Pathfinder Kingmaker, and it sold 2 million copies, and that came out years and years ago. So it wasn't like it sold 2 million up front. It sold 2 million after 6-7 years, however long it was out by the time that news came out, right? Like, they're not shifting the culture in that way. Larian is shifting the culture. They're forcing everybody to think about CRPGs differently. Like, to me, when I think of like the developers who really like defined CRPGs and pushed it forward, obviously it starts with Black Isle, right? And then BioWare took their formula and just blew it up and made it something that a lot of people didn't think it could be. And then the CRPG market died out, and then that's when Obsidian came with Pillars of Eternity, which really revved up the CRPG market again when it was about to die out. And now we have Larian. To me, Larian is the one who took the mantle from Obsidian and are really the standard bearer when it comes to the CRPG lane. Outcat, again, makes the CRPGs I enjoy the most, but they're not the ones who are like shifting everything and changing everything when it comes to CRPGs. That's Larian. Exactly. Larian made CRPGs mainstream for better, for worse. I would say for better. Could you bring me up to speed, please? Is this the newest update content? Maxim, the alpha just came out a couple of days ago. So yeah, this is the new game. The new game that Outcat is working on. Found out about Wrath of Righteous because of BG3 and slander. And yeah, that's the thing. Larian is pulling in the mainstream and then introducing them to a bunch of CRPGs they would have never known about before. I can't tell you how many people are now popping up on my channel asking about Wrath of the Righteous content I did 3 years ago. They're like, hey, what's supposed to happen with such as a bill? I'm like, I don't know. I ain't played the game in I don't know how long. But for them, it's brand new. And a lot of that is absolutely Larian. It's a funnel where people are like, oh, I like BG3. What's another game like BG3? And the reason why I say it's good is because I would feel like it was bad. I feel like what FromSoft has done, even though it's great for some people who like that type of game, right? I'm gonna talk through this, and then I swear I'm gonna get back to this so we can get through with this. From Software created this lane, right, of Souls-like, all right, and they're the king of that lane. The problem is that that's a situation where I would say a type of game going mainstream is a negative, because what you have now are really dozens of developers who are all trying to make Souls-like games. They're all basically taking what FromSoft did and they're trying to just spin it over again, right? To me, that's bad. That's negative. But in the case of Larian, not only are they shining a light on CRPGs, but they're doing it in a way that is not easily recreated. There is nobody else making Larian games. There's nobody else capable of it, right? Like the vast majority of developers, they don't even have the resources to attempt it. And so it's a situation where Larian is making CRPGs. These CRPGs are shining a bright light on the entire CRPG genre, And at the same time, any developers that want to take advantage of that light are forced to be creative, are forced to make a CRPG that aligns with their own skills and what they're capable of, because reproducing what Larian has made is virtually impossible for them. It's really, right here, right now, it is not possible for Owlcat to do what Larian has done. They don't have the resources, they don't have the tech, they don't have the know-how, they are not capable right now of making a Baldur's Gate 3 type of game. They don't have a choice but to make a game that reflects what Owlcat can do and what Owlcat's skills are. And in effect, they are making games that I personally believe are better than what Larian is doing. That's what you want. You want someone who can shine a light on a genre and then do it in a way that spurs creativity, that spurs variety, that makes people say, huh, I like what you do, but I could do it a totally different way. As opposed to saying, oh wow, that worked. Let me do the exact same thing except with less money, and hopefully I can make a bunch of money doing it. What's up, Waze? Rather Rise my favorite CRPG ever, but BG3 has captured mainstream. Exactly. Exactly. No, this isn't Rogue Trader, Maxim. Yeah, Wrath or the Righteous, I think it probably has reached 2 million. There's been no media report yet, as of yet, confirming that. So as far as what publicly we know, Kingmaker remains their best-selling game. But JRPGs will always occupy a special place in your heart. Me too. I love Final Fantasy games. Probably not next year, but maybe the year after that. Sooner or later, we're gonna have an JRPG year. My channel's probably gonna do terrible that year, but there's a bunch of JRPGs that I love that I wanna play on the channel, and I think I'm just gonna stuff them all back to back. Like, I wanna play Final Fantasy Remake, but I want it all at the same time, and then we're just gonna play them all back to back. You all keep telling me about the Persona series, so I plan to play Persona 3, 4, and 5. You all keep telling me about a couple of tactics games that I've been missing out on as well. Like, we are going to get into some JRPGs hard on this channel, and I know it's not going to do all that well in comparison to CRPG content, but it's stuff that I love, so I just want to do it. People in Mare Sportum are disappearing because of the purges carried out by the Baron and his gang of carvers who are skillfully disposing of any. No, that's not what's happening. No, we're gonna ignore that. And then over here, yeah, they're not giving us anything. So I think what it is some of these clues are just never gonna be, there's no way to properly resolve them. They're just never gonna be right. So you don't have to choose an answer. That's something that's interesting to note. Yeah, I don't like any of that either. So yeah, why? How do I just go back? I just want to go back. All right, so missing report. Let's see. So let's go ahead and just make a report then. So, great servant of the golden throne, whose will and word pass judgment. In accordance with your sacred command, I humbly report the conclusion of the investigation into the mass disappearances of the population and visitors to the Hab zone of Mare Sportum sectors in the high city of Sabellus. May the following findings be heard, deduced from inquiries undertaken, thorough research, and established fact. Renegade Astartes. No clues found. The self-proclaimed leader of the Hab Zone, not him, not the gang. The residents, the bog beasts, no. The flock. Tragedy, and began preaching repentance of transgressions through suffering. Yeah, I guess it was the flock, even though the flock of repentance led by a preacher who had scorned the teachings of the ecclesiarchy and the light of the God Emperor were exterminating the population of Mare Sportum through endless torture. What do I think about action RPGs? Like, when you say ARPGs, what do you mean? Do you mean like Diablo? If you mean like Diablo, I've never played them. If you mention some other ones, I might enjoy them more. Like, I do regularly play the Assassin's Creed games, and I enjoy them. But it's also both, where I got Larian definitely influenced Outcat. Outcat has been very upfront and public about this. Outcat has been upfront and public that they consider Larians to be like creme de la creme. They've directly stated this in interviews. On the battles of Persona are so much fun. Nice. Here's the thing. The Renegade has started his campaign of terror, has perverted the true faith in the Emperor and Merisportum, forcing many people to inflict pain, suffering, death on themselves and those around them. I mean, that's true, but to me, you could go either way, though. You could say the flock of repentance are the ones who were actually taking all of them, right? But they were doing it because they were influenced by Renegade Astartes. Like it started with the Night Lords. But all right, more directly, it's the flock. All right, led by a preacher who had scorned the teachings of the Ecclesiarchy and the light of the God Emperor, were exterminating the population of Merisportum through endless torture. May the Carl, I played Clay Obscura and enjoyed it immensely. What's up, Fat Duck? Is this a sequel to? This is not a. When you say Inquisitor, what do you mean? What game are you referring to? It is not a sequel to Rogue Trader, which was Outcat's last game. However, it is made by the same developer of Rogue Trader and uses the same engine and some of the same systems, but it's been upgraded and changed quite a bit. All right, saying, but it said, okay, but I do have that. After the tragedy, compiled based on the following clues. So wait, can I expand that? Why does this only say I have one clue? I should have multiple clues, right? But all right, send report. And here we go. And deliver verdict. There we go. And there we are. And you're injured. Let's not start. If we go into another fight, I don't want to start it with an injury. Thank you. There we go. So let's go back in here and replace that. There we go. And then there we go. Rogue Trader is what you meant. Yeah. This is so this is not a sequel to Rogue Trader, but it's made by the same dev, and it's basically happening at the same time Rogue Trader is happening. So it is possible that some characters from Rogue Trader will show up here. Yeah, that's why I asked him to clarify, Leo, because I know there was an Inquisitor Martyr game, and I wasn't sure if that's what he was referring to exactly. All right, so let's see what's next. That we looted everybody, right? I can't look at the map, but and it won't allow me to move the camera around, but it looks like everything should be good. And I'm glad rushing to the middle was the right move. That worked out very nicely. All right, let's do it. The flock of repentance led, the late Confessor Seamus was found guilty of the disappearances in Merisportum. Leaderless, the flock of repentance lost the core tenet that held it together. Before the magistrate and his punitive detachments could reach the fanatics, the members of the flock embarked on their final penance, torturing themselves for countless hours in Merisportum's central square. The enraged inhabitants cast the mutilated bodies into the sea, cursing Confessor Seamus and his teachings. The name of Adrian Rufina Scragg was added to the roll of faithful servants of the Golden Throne upon the memorial monolith of the Bastion Serpentis. Despite the seismic aquatic phenomena of the Merisportum sectors, a combat acolyte detachment of the Ordo Xenos descended into the Half Zone to solve the fate of the Xenos clan responsible for the death of Agent Scragg. Your mission is accomplished, Acolyte. You have survived the Alpha trial and reached the end of our playtest, but your duty is not yet at an end, for we require your insight. Please submit your report by taking the survey below. Help us purge the imperfections and refine what must endure. Enter our sanctioned steam fortress and hold conclaves with your fellow agents. Add Dark Heresy to your wish list and follow us for further directives and revelations. Through your diligence, the work of the Inquisition shall advance. What survey is this that they're referring to? So as an alien at their party, this is true. Oh, you felt like BG3 was too much like the Divinity series? All right, let's go ahead and do the alpha. Have you played? Yes, I did. Are you familiar with the CRPG genre? What y'all think? Am I familiar with it? I would say I'm a hardcore fan. Have you played our previous games? I played Rogue Trader. I played Wrath of the Righteous. I played Kingmaker. How familiar are you with the 40K universe? I would say, I wouldn't call myself highly familiar, though. I mean, I regularly play computer and tabletop games, read books. Fairly familiar, man. I occasionally read books or play games in this universe. Look, I play stuff recently, but I want to say somewhat familiar because Warhammer is a vast universe, and I wouldn't call myself like really well versed in it. What up, Shake? Means BG3 turn-based. Yeah, I feel like there were a lot of people giving Larian flack in the beginning of Baldur's Gate 3's development, trying to say it was a Larian clone. I do not at all agree that the final version of BG3 was just Divinity with the Baldur's Gate names slapped on it. And I do absolutely agree that Baldur's Gate 3 is significantly different from Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. And I agree that I don't like some of those differences. I don't like that there's only 4 party members, right? I don't like some of the changes made to how the game is set up. But to call it, oh man, this is just an original sin sequel is madness. Like, yes, there's a big difference between Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. There's also a massive difference between the Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3. Like, no, no, not at all. Not at all. Planscape is calling. No, I'm running another Dark Heresy playthrough back because I want to see what happens if you make different decisions. BG3 and DOS 2 don't feel the same to me at all. DOS 2 forces turn-based patty cake on you, and everything does too much area effect at all times. Yeah, it's very, very different. Very different experience. What's up, Chris? What surprised you about investigations? The amount of variety you have in how and what conclusions you can come to. I expected that most of these investigations would be either you'd say one thing or the other, but it's not. Like, even when I resolved this investigation right here, in the end, I had 7 or 8 different people that I could point the finger at, depending on how I felt. And I think that's really cool. I'm really interested in how much reactivity is there towards the manner in which these cases are resolved. And I also really like that it does feel like, I feel like Owlcat with the investigations has made a system that's best of both worlds. I'm going to talk about this more tomorrow in the video when I go over my thoughts. But a lot of people were concerned that these investigations would suck if you weren't good at them or if you gave the wrong answer. And then there are people like me who are really concerned that there will be no right answer and that I wouldn't feel rewarded for digging in and getting all the clues and really figuring out what's going on. And I feel like Owlcat has the best of both worlds, where if you care about what really happened and what the answer is, you could dig in, get the clues, talk to people, and you can figure out what actually happened. Like, the game never directly says what happened, but you can look at the clues and say, yes, this is what occurred, right? And at the same time, if you choose the wrong answer, purposefully or accidentally, the game doesn't punish you. It just reacts in a different sort of way. I think that's fantastic. I think that's really, really cool. And it was surprising because, honestly, I wasn't sure if there was an aspect of the game that they would get right. But at least from what I experienced in the alpha, it really does seem like Owlcat has gotten that part right. We'll see, though. Yeah, it seems like wrong answers might have benefits too. Yeah, depending on what you want to do, right? Do you think there will be a reward for getting it right long term? I think it's all just reactivity, Virgil. I think there's reactivity for getting it wrong and reactivity for getting it right. And I don't think they're gonna focus on one over the other, most likely. Rogue Trader was my introduction to Warhammer as well. But now you're very into Warhammer Fantasy? Yeah, a lot of people want Outcat to do a Warhammer Fantasy game. I agree, Zarok. Outcat does amazing storytelling, and I think this alpha really showcased that, because that was another thing I was surprised about. These investigations are extremely well written. It's extremely well written because you get a lot of clues that don't actually matter, that go nowhere, that distract you from what is really happening in the crime, right? But they find ways to make it seem interesting and rope it in and make you want to follow down this trail. Super cool stuff. I enjoy it immensely. How well does Dark Heresy Alpha capture the atmosphere? I think it was amazing the way the Hive worlds work. Please share with us your thoughts regarding the atmosphere. Hive worlds feel dirty, grimy, and significantly overcrowded, exactly the way they should be. Have you finished the alpha? Yes, I have finished the alpha once. What difficulty did you play on? Normal. How did you use additional options and sliders in game menu? I did not use it, none of the above. I haven't played on custom difficulty. How well does the actual difficulty match the stated one in your opinion? To be honest with you, it was more difficult than what I was expecting. You know, that's something I didn't mention when I recorded that video. Damn, maybe I should go back and mention that, but I definitely feel like Dark Heresy is more difficult than Rogue Trader. And I wonder if it's that way in full release, whether or not that'll be a turnoff for some people. I can't speak on daring. Oh, how would you rate the alpha? I enjoyed it immensely. What world preset did you use? Stable. How much did you like that changes under different? I really enjoy the change of location. I feel how my choices affect the world. Yep. How do you rate the degree of difference? I missed the difference I expected. What? You know what? I think I need to do this after I play it a second time, because I would like to answer these questions, and I'm curious how different it actually is. So fine, let's just do that. Critical. How different is it? So in the first one, the Acolyte of the Inquisition completed the mission, but lost his mentor in the process. Immediately after the trial, the Acolyte headed to the lower levels of the Hive. Acolyte's Escort, Jungle Fighter, Shurjan, and Section Psyker. The Acolyte of the Inquisition failed the mission to retrieve the artifact, but managed to save his mentor. Following the trial, the Acolyte first headed to the spires of the Hive City, and only afterward descended into the sectors. Same companions. While in the spires, the Acolyte of the Inquisition made an agreement with the Fabricator General and was assigned the task of reestablishing communication with the Sacred Machine, Server Congregator, located on the lower levels of High Sibelius. Okay, now continue, and then we're gonna pump it up to Daring and see how that is. So, Daring makes enemies dodge more often. There's no minimum damage dealt to enemies. No, NPC characteristic modifier. It's skill and pay his companions. Max duration for hard crowd control effects. Skill test modifier. Yeah, is there a skill test modifier? There is. Okay, so skill tests are going to be harder as well. Ooh. It's recommended for inexperienced players. Let's go. Let's find out. Let's find out. Ooh, ooh. Boom, dong, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ha ha! Dirt is not normal, even though at this point I do usually play rotate on daring. Let us out, we're all going to die in here. Okay, that was the same thing that happened last time. Upper Hivers, they kind of punish us, run. All right, so this is the same way it started before. What is that? Mercenary, I've got 2 mercenary operatives with me. Well, isn't that interesting? That's a change. So they sent me help to ensure I wouldn't screw this up. Interesting. About how long do you think the alpha is in terms of content? 10 to 15 hours. 10 to 15 hours. Was the elevation a gimmick, or do you like it? What do you mean elevation? Is the Alpha Dark Heresy open for everyone, or is it exclusive? Everyone who has purchased either the collector's edition or the digital edition of the game. 50 centimeters of plasteel plate block your way out of the hab zone. Silence reigns all around you, and only the quiet hissing of the Vox hanging on the wall beside the door catches your attention. Oh yeah, and that too, PC only. Address the Vox operator. Why am I locked in here? As I said before, civilians are not allowed to leave the Marisportum perimeter. And no, we are not coming to an understanding. Wait a minute, I don't know you. I am a member of the Inquisition. You cannot restrict my free movement. This is the gatekeeper of Gateway P344 speaking. The gate is locked due to an elevated threat level. For permission to exit, contact an authorized official. What is the reason for the elevated threat level? A sharp rise in the level of toxic waters, unrest among the clans assigned to the sector. I have orders not to let anyone through to the upper levels. We've already gunned down over 50. Had you delayed your visit to Marisportum any longer, there would have been nothing left to see. Is there any other way to leave this place? Yeah, we already read that before. Where can I find her? Where can I find her? Okay, so that was a little bit different. Apparently so this was only 30%. Before, last time when I came here, it was 50%. That's interesting. And I assume I can't get through this door. Nope. All right. No, sir. The BG3 store is the bad. It's just so by the books. The villains are just evil because they're bad guys. The villains in Baldur's Gate 3, outside of the Hag and Raphael and the guy from Act 2, they're terrible. Like, they have a big three, and only one of those big three is actually a compelling villain. The villains are definitely a weak part of the Baldur's Gate 3 experience. Marisportum is better than you think, Upper Hiver. Just don't let it eat you up. I think last time he talked to me. Whoa. Hello there, Upper Hiver. Oh, if you highlight over a portrait, they'll let you see the full version of it. That's nice. I didn't know that. Wow. Hello there, Upper Hivers. You need to know a couple of things before you go further. So last time we had to convince him to let the door open. The grimy man proudly shows off the aluminum tattoos glowing dimly under his skin. I'm here to make sure everybody knows what's right out of the gate. The Baron and us, his carvers, are in charge of this town. We keep order here, so watch yourselves and you'll be good. I've had colder receptions. Can you tell me about this place? So last time I went around showing everybody that I was an Inquisitor. This time I'm going to keep it on the low and see what's different. Failed to mention Orin is hot. That is true. Orin is hot, Master Bill. But I failed to mention it because you can't romance her and you gotta kill her. So it's not all that compelling. It's not like Nocticula, Rather Righteous, where she's hot and, you can bang her before you gotta ruin our plans. Oh, you could do that in Rogue Trader too? Really? I didn't know that. Wow. Gortash has more going on, but like you said, you really got to dig for it. Everyone was forgettable for you. Yeah, it felt like quality popcorn. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have nearly the replay value of Wrath of the Righteous to me, but it has a mechanic system that is deeply complex and at the same time significantly more approachable than anything Outcat has done previously. And I give Larian credit for that. A lot of credit. Scratches his head and thought, all right, listen, you're in the lower town. This is where all the outcasts and unlucky sods live. And then you've got the divers. Don't mess with them. They're under the Baron's protection. From here, you can get to the upper town. That's where the Baron's lair is, along with the local fanatics, the flock of repentance. Blast them. You're better off not going outside the town. There are upper hivers digging around on one side and pharaohs living on the other. The Baron drove the pharaohs out of town, and now they'll pounce on any scrap of meat they can find. Who are these divers? Local fishermen. Who are the flock of repentance? They're fanatics. We know about them. So tell me about the upper hivers. Who are they? I see. And I believe they got the full picture. I must go. Take care, upper hiver. Don't get yourself in trouble. Sounds good. All right. So we'll see how much that actually means. Now, flock Peacher. Can't talk to him. Whoa. I feel like this is different. With every word, the preacher's sermon stokes the flames of the locals' disaffection. Attempting to squeeze through the crowd right now will result in a crush and possible injury. Oh, so they're blocking the way up here. A symbol daubed in blood, comprehensible to the dull-witted residents of the half zone. This is how the local preachers mark the houses of those who are insufficiently zealous in their service to them. Yep, this was here before. Whoa. Yeah, this is different. Whoa. Okay, yeah. There we go. Ooh. That is such a great introduction. Ooh. Oh. At least you went quick, homie. At least you went quick. I don't think it's fair to call Baldur's Gate 3 a popcorn RPG. All right, because popcorn RPG says that there's no depth to it, right? This is just mindless fun. You know, it's a little action flick that you go through, you watch for an hour and a half, and then when it's done, you don't think about it, you never think about it again, and it really serves no purpose. That is not Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 has some serious character moments that stay with you long afterwards. Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the most incredible representations of D&D lore that we have ever had. The amount of lore in regards to D&D that is crammed into that game for you to explore and take advantage of is incredible. The work with the companions, as far as creating companions that people feel, you know, close to and feel like are compelling to run around with and get to know. Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the greatest games for that ever created. So do I believe it has the depth of what Owlcat does? No, but it's not popcorn fun. Like Baldur's Gate 3 to me is a top 10 CRPG. It's not a top 5 CRPG, but it is top 10. And again, part of the reason for that also is because it is so welcoming to new players. They have created a game with all that lore, all that depth, all that layers, and they've done it in a way where someone who has never played a CRPG before, and frankly never played a D&D game before, would look at it and say, you know what? That's something I want to try out. That is that's a key, that's a skill that Owlcat has not unlocked yet, right? Like they haven't figured out how to package a game in that way and that really draws players in that same manner. Larian has done something that really nobody else has done. It's not just popcorn fun. Right, the hardest mob is the character creator. Love the cog. Cog is amazing. Cog is absolutely amazing. All right. Look at the argument. We'll skip through this because this is probably the same. Yeah. Guardsman stop enough. You fought well. Right. Here, I'll give you a Medicaid kit. Yeah. Your name. Yep. What happened here? Who's in command? We'll find him. No problem. Yep. I'll help you. Come with me. Foreign command. There we go. And some more. Yep. And oh, nice. That's cool. So you get a couple of mercenaries, but then you can pick him up. That's actually awesome. Oh, and I didn't remember him having a level up right at the right when you get him. That's actually kind of nice. Okay. Cog level up. What trailer you talking about, Joe? The Divinity trailer? Oh, is this the, yeah, that's the find the, The wretched belongings float in the water, abandoned and forgotten by their former owners. I feel like I'm seeing more of this area underwater than we did when we went through it before. Clean shirts. Will you give me something, will you? Piece of starch bar, or else I'm off to join the flock. Well, lady, I don't know what to tell you. All right. That Larian trailer was super intense, and I don't blame the people who are like, man, it's just too much for me. You know, like we all have we all have a way that we like our entertainment, and some people do not care for dark entertainment. That's totally their right. Totally their right. Melee attacks deal 20% more. What is the marks an enemy until the start of war's next turn? They gain toughness, defense against the enemy's attack, and deal strength bonus. Yeah, I feel like I can't really avoid that. Talent, morale starts. He gains +2 morale. Starts his turn with an ally within his influence. Man, that actually works well. All enemies within his influence. Yeah. I think I'm gonna take that probably. Gains 3 defense, combat hardened, armor expert. Yeah, I think I'm gonna definitely go with this because we're already on a higher level anyway. So I want to ensure pass the first 6 toughness resistance tests in combat. Anyway, interesting. First round of combat damage dealt to the warrior's armor is reduced by half. That's probably a good idea too. Larian and Owlcat working together would be unstoppable. I don't know about that, to be honest with you, because I feel like Larian and Owlcat make very different types of games. I'm not so sure that they would be great together. Like if this was, 15, 20 years ago and old BioWare was still around, and you told me like, yo, I'm gonna combine old BioWare with Larian, that's a match that really works. But Owlcat and Larian, I'm not so sure. The trailer was made to make you feel uncomfortable. Absolutely, I agree. And it succeeded. I agree 100%. All enemies damage to both their legs and directly to their wounds. That's one option. And then what's the other one? All adjacent enemies suffer toughness bonus damage to their legs. Oh, wait. Twice character level plus twice the warrior's toughness bonus. Yeah, that makes sense. All adjacent. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. Plus toughness, resistance bonus, armor, durability. Yeah, that makes it even more interesting, I believe. Then gain and deal 2+ strip on more melee damage to this. Wait, marks enemies in a 2-cell radius. Yeah, that's actually kind of nice. And then what's this? They immediately regain a more amount of movement points. And let's see. I almost never use charge. This attack deals strength bonus percentage more damage for each cell the warrior moved this way and does not expend combat point. Right, interesting. Upon reach, it stops and makes a melee attack using whatever. It must pass a strength test. Oh, he could stagger you with a charge. That's cool. Moves up to agility bonus +3 cells through allies and enemies to the cell adjacent to the target, that makes an attack against it. The attack does not expend CP. That's cool too. Wow. Let's go with endure bonus though. I think we'll stick with that first. Yeah, I have high hopes for Solasta 2 as well. I really enjoyed the first one, so I'm hoping this next one lives up to the hype. Dragon Edge IP away from BioWare, we'll see. I get the feeling EA really doesn't have an interest in those types of RPGs anymore, so we might get our wish. We'll see. A rope is needed. All right, we'll find a rope sooner or later. You have 5,200 hours in rap? Yeah, so you definitely got your money's worth. Nice. And 75. Let's go ahead and do a little save first in case it screwed me over. And I knew it. And I'm not waiting. Come on now. Just give me what I want. Solasta 2 looks like Tactical Adventure saw all of the feedback in regards to Solasta 1 and said, we are going to address everything. The only part of it that I'm hesitant on and makes me unsure is that, in my personal opinion, big problem with the first game was the writing. And we don't know whether or not the writing for the second one is better yet. That to me is the key, because you can have great voice actors, but I personally don't feel like great voice actors can just make up for piss poor writing. Like, you need to have writing that takes advantage of these amazing voice actors that that you brought in. And so have they done that? Have they taken that into account? Hopefully, but we don't know yet. So what's this? Plating fragment. Okay. Zolda. Who is Zolda? Solasta doesn't need to change a thing, just make the character look less like walking potatoes and fix the writing. They need to fix the writing. The characters need to look better, which it already does, and they need to find a way to allow people to connect a little bit more with the characters they've created. Like those personalities, I think they need more of those personal quests based on your background or something of that sort. Because I think for most people, they want to feel connected with the group they're running around with. The young woman is wearing a surprisingly nice jacket. Her bright, observant eyes are searching for someone in the crowd. I don't remember who you are at all, but okay. So wait, we could go this way. We could also go this way. Oh yeah, this is definitely different. So this was raised up before. Wow. So a woman swathed in rags, quite swiftly, a voice drawing attention, her eyes intently sweeping over the people around her. Interesting. PC towers do not move well. Mantra Fiend, she's doing a prayer. Septima fighter. I don't feel like we... Alright. They won't let me talk to him apparently. Yep, around stable ground. Sister team's banner. Yeah, devoted to a life of service. She's happy to see me. What is your position? What brought you to this place? What are the blessings available to me? Sell all junk. There we go. Junk is sold. What is this? Data key. A unique identification key. Oh, that's going to help. I already know that's going to help. Very nice. I do not have any grenades. I do not have any med kits. So first, let's start with med kits. And then I'll take one more charge. I'll take one more multi-key. And I'll take one more machine set. And they said that would be a no. You cannot have all that. How much is this? 30 a pop. This is 90. So we'll take this off. Oh, wait. No. Well, yeah, this should be fine. So... Oh, it's saying 177 too much? Ah, damn. Here, we'll take off one of these then, and there. All right, fine. That's the most we can do, right? Yeah, because we don't have anything else there, and there's nothing else. What is this? It could be used to fashion a makeshift gangway, right? So, yeah, let's hold on to that, because apparently it's not trash, and bam. What's up, Vicar? The heresy continues. Novice, okay. And here's some more interesting goods. Oops. And then you. Who are you? Yep, he says the same thing as he did before. Yep, that's the same thing as well. You got anything interesting? Distracting flamer, destructive melter. I know we get something that's better than that. And then I can't get those, so yeah, we'll let that go. Think Temple is a tactical game like Solasta more than an RPG. The start scene, depending on your party alignment, is just a gimmick. Yeah, it's very short. I'm a fan of Popeyes, Maxim. It's probably my favorite of the fast food chicken spots. If you ask me to compare like Popeyes, KFC, Church's, Popeyes is my favorite. Those Cajun fries are very difficult to beat. Temple allows you to really play into being evil more so than pretty much any other RPG. There's no other RPG that lets you be more evil than Wrath of the Righteous. Wrath of the Righteous lets you be powerful evil. Most games, and I haven't completely went through Temple, but I've read a lot about it, and it seems more murder hobo evil. Yo, I never noticed this before. She's got this whole banner right here that looks crazy. I never noticed this banner. I wonder if this was here before. That's super cool. Raising Cane's is alright, but it's really all about the sauce, and I don't respect that as much. Whereas Popeyes is about the actual seasoning on the chicken. I don't know if I've had Jollibee before. Chick-fil-A is amazing, but I don't know why. I know Chick-fil-A is fast food chicken, but I consider Chick-fil-A different. I consider Chick-fil-A kind of in its own lane, to be honest with you. Like, again, Raising Cane's, Popeyes, KFC, Church's, I compare all of these. Chick-fil-A to me is its own thing. It's kind of like Arby's. I don't compare other fast food restaurants to Arby's. Arby's is like in its own little realm. And either you like Arby's or you don't, but it's not about comparing Arby's to anything else because you can't really compare it to anything else. Dave's Hot Chicken is cool. It's all right. Chick-fil-A is too sweet for you. You prefer the spicy chicken. I do too, but I like the waffle fries. What is it? Like the peach shake that they do is really cool. They've got other things going on. And just the service, you know, that's what it really is. The customer service you get at a Chick-fil-A across the board is so freaking cool to me that it's like, you don't feel like just a regular fast food spot. It's different. I'm getting hungry as well. All right. She's probably going to be more upset with me. Your desire to save your mentor's life is understandable, but it is a plebeian instinct, unbefitting a true servant of the God Emperor. Be ready next time to stay the course, and do not indulge your merciful impulses. Nice. So this is different from what we got the first time. Send me to assist you. Wait, actually, do you work alongside her? She doesn't like her. Yep. She wants me to be on the trail. You want me to spy on other ages? His whereabouts are unknown. I will do what I can. Actually, no, damn. I forgot. I want to see. No, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm probably going to play this a third time anyway. I'll find out about it then. Yeah. Are you suggesting? Given the circumstances, Durkis may have perished in the last title spurge, so I require his body. My servant was meant to keep records of his activities. Nice. Find the preacher return. The objective is clear. There we go. All right. And then, let's see. Inspect. Are you in your right mind, Acolyte? Another stunt like that, and I would consider it tantamount to heresy. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, it removed the option for me to do it. That's interesting. I was wondering what the reaction would be. Take care, Fawn. Have a good one, dude. KFC has too much sodium? I feel like all of them have too much sodium. You shouldn't be eating any of it, honestly. You all don't have Dave's Hot Chicken in Puerto Rico? Do you have Popeyes or KFC? Regarding the missing people, why do you believe? Was there anything unusual? Is that all? What do you know of this place? Yep. What should I know? Mm-hmm. Who holds authority? Who is he? What can you say? Let's return. Thank you, sister. And keep and strengthen us who fight for you, oh God, Emperor. Yeah, you were ordered to monitor. Won't tell another matter. I will not trouble you further. Okay, interesting. Now you have to wait for her to leave before you can start messing around with a computer. And now you only get a 60% chance to force access. Interesting. You really like Korean fried chicken if you can find it, but it's not common. What do you like about it, Wine Guy? Attempted profane violation detected. The Emperor is watches. And there we go. Confessional list. All right, now. Oh, so last time I could walk through this back area and I got another clue from there. This time I can't do that. But I'm glad they added pushing and fettering to psychers. You thought Dare was unstable. Psychers goes kaboom. Yeah, it adds a interesting element to using the powers. It has a pretty different spice blend from what you find in American stuff. Interesting. Human spy on Septima's camp. Why? What ground should I believe you? Why am Tora? What exactly did you say? Lead on. Let's go. Bonchan. I wonder if there's a Bonchan in Chicago. We've seen this before. Let's keep it moving. Let's see what she says differently. If you remember anything, we have gas. Yeah. Ooh. Inquisitor Millicentilia turns to you, wipes the blood off her blade, and slides it into the sheath attached to her belt. Leander's acolyte. Your failure cost the Inquisition a great deal. I hope you're not here to repeat your mistakes. Damn. I think she's upset if you let him die too, though. I love Indian food. In fact, I got Indian food in the fridge right now. I'm gonna have some for dinner. You should try Brazilian fried chicken. Ooh, we call it bird chicken for some reason. Interesting. What's up, Octavius? Yeah, Dark Heresy. Cool. All right. You decide to use your talents. Yep. And mission. And is offering his assistance. So wait, what's her? Oh, nice. I've never seen her full portrait before. That's not the version of the portrait Owlcat released online. Dude, that looks freaking nice. I hope she's my hope is that one of them becomes a companion. But depending on which side you go on. Yeah, Inquisitor Mommy for sure. She needs to be romanceable. I can fix her. I don't blame you, Zanza. I don't blame you at all. She's too hot to not be a companion. Man. Hotline Invoker. What am I searching for? Okay. I'm ready to start. And she's heading away. And there we go. I know everything. I simply want to hear it from you. Yep, authorization. I've never understood. Oh, wait. Is that what this is for? Because, hold on. View the inventory log, right? View the recent entries. Now view the High Engineer's reports. After a brief pause, the vid screen shows the words, data unavailable. Huh. But maybe now with that thing I have, I'll be able to do it. Because I was never able to access those logs previously. Part of an ancient structure is buried under the rubble. Yeah, okay, fine. There's that. Yep, we'll collect all that. And then save. Actually, spread the corruption. The Eldar blade is a nice touch. I agree. She doesn't need fixing. Let's see. First, negation. See if this Kane, his main romance is another Inquisitor. Okay, be sure. Ooh, one of Millicentilla's acolytes breaks into a crooked smile upon seeing you. Be sure not to lose our witness. They may have pardoned you one failure, but I doubt they would be so lenient a second time. Wow. All right, go ahead. Tell me what you've already told. Describe them. What do you know about the nightmares? Tell me about the flock. You know, is anything suspicious? Is that everything? You're free to go. Thank you, Master. Yeah, it's not gonna last long, but I did what I could for you, dude. You got a few more moments. Wished Inquisitors were good on tabletop. Why aren't they good on tabletop? As an Age of Sigmar player and collector, kind of bummed that video game developers seem very disinterested in making a good Age of Sigmar game. Why do you feel like Age of Sigmar would lend itself well to being a game? Imperial agents are one of the armies I'm interested in, but they've been done the dirtiest. Love that the topic of food brings people together. I left for a moment to do some chores. Yes, it does. Inquisitor sent me. I'm not surprised by you. You're one of the Eldari. Yeah, I know who you are. Kind of sorcery do you use? To business. Tell me more about this echo. All of this looks like it's the same so far. All right. And Millicentilla. Okay. All right. Everyone thinks you're crazy. Let's see. Recreate invasion site. Boom. Most cheese tastes like wet. What? You don't like cheese? Holy smokes. How can a person not like cheese? That is beyond me. That is beyond me. Boom. Oh, here we go. You got to clear this out first. No problem. There we go. And cold amulet, no problem. Bisected body, interesting. And footsteps. Shape of a perfect spear intersects with a cut on the body of the Magos. Interesting. And then wits. Keep your wits about you. Slanders for the Midwest, true. Did we just fail that? I am not going to accept that. If there, Moonlight does not hate cheese because she's lactose intolerant. She just hates cheese. What's up, Tentacle? About companions being too relatable. Maybe voice acting is more important than we feel at first. Abelard would be really irrelevant without his voice, and everyone loves him. I think voice acting is a big deal. It matters. It matters quite a bit. Matters quite a bit. Yeah, I don't mind the increased combat difficulty, but failing skills when you're trying to collect clues is like having already played the game and knowing that, hey, there's important clues behind here, like that's just gonna make me restart again. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. Doom doom doom. Torture instruments, those come up at some point. I don't remember how. Someone must have angered the machine spirit. Okay. Foreman's notes. Heresy. Servitor's back there, don't care about anything. And what if it comes down here? Hey, look at that. I like it when they reward you for exploration. Does this game have the same classes as Rogue Trader? Some of them, if you mean. Oh, I am so sorry. Hold on. I completely forgot. Completely forgot about that. I promised I would show you all how some of the leveling up works. So here. Where is that? Wait, wasn't it after Tome Fight 2? Tome Fight finished. It was here, right? I think we were able to level up right after we finished with that fight, right? Let's see. What's up, Kraken? Yeah. Yeah, Dark Heresy and Alpha. Apparent reason neckbeards hate Age of Sigmar is an absence. Prism and incessant equal parts. Wow. So somebody asked about the archetypes. They have some of the archetypes from Rogue Trader and then some new ones. So you have to play as a noble. There's no character creation in the alpha. Obviously, there will be character creation in the full game. So your main character is a noble officer. And then Hamar is a let's move over to archetypes instead. Is a Katakan jungle fighter as his origin, and then he's a soldier. Your medic Epion is also a soldier, but she has a Shurgen origin instead. Then we have Sorrow, who is a mystic. Mystic is a new Psyker-specific archetype. So there's Mystic, and then there's a second tier, a tier 2 archetype specifically for Psychers called Seer, I think, or something along those lines. And he's specifically a sanctioned pyromancer. Now we also have Cog. He's an Ogren Bonehead, so basically he's an abhuman, and he's a warrior. And then finally on this team we have Rockti. She's the Kroot, so she's an operative, and then of course she has the Kroot origin, which I can't see what specifically comes with that. So the only other companion is Lathier. He is a Wayseeker, which is basically an Aldari navigator, and then his archetype is he also a mystic? He might also be a mystic. All right. Now you might have noticed down here is specializations, right? So leveling up works significantly different. Sage, thank you, Boom. Sage is what the tier 2 archetype is called. Now leveling up works a little bit different than it did in Rogue Trader. So if you level up, first let's see. Nah, I didn't want to click on that. Didn't want to click on that. Sorry. I'm not submitting a bug. How do I? Here we go. So this is the full basically skill tree. that you go through. So you see the max level is 25, and then at different levels you're going to get access to different things. And a lot of people have said that this reminds them of how Wrath of the Righteous or Kingmaker works, and I would agree as far as how they lay it out. So at some levels you'll be able to unlock a new specialization, other levels you'll get a new feature, or you might get a new ability. So there's a couple of options here that you wouldn't have seen in Rogue Trader. Oh, is the other one a warrior? He might be a warrior because he's definitely a melee psyker. So Lathier might be a warrior instead. We can load up a save and look at that real quick. So modifications are things you can get that you can put on to specific abilities, and it'll add functionality to them. We can look at that in a bit. And then specializations are things you can choose that will expand the amount of talents and modifications you can choose from. So for example, when it comes to the officer you have, you automatically get the combat morale specialist. So morale replaces momentum from Rogue Trader. So morale determines when can you use a heroic act. And so you automatically have an officer who specializes in helping his party members get their heroic act as quickly as possible. Now, it didn't have to be that way. You could be a medium armor specialist, which could be very useful if you wanted to play as a more melee oriented officer who standed in the fray, and then used abilities, which could be very useful for something that for a reason we'll get into in just a bit. Or you could focus on demoralizing or debuffing enemies. You could be an attack debuffer as well, or you could focus on buffing the attack of your allies also. And again, you're going to be able to pick multiple specializations as the game goes on, so it's not like you're only stuck with one of these. Now, once you click on a specialization, it's usually going to give you something automatically, and then it's going to give you talents and modifications that you'll be able to choose from. Sometimes there's a bonus here. They're going to have to expand out the screen a little bit, because sometimes there's a bonus that isn't immediately clear from looking at this here. For example, if I go to Hamar and then I go to anti-armor. So if I look at anti-armor specialist, it has this listed here. It tells you the correct characteristic modifiers you get and the skill modifiers you get, right? And then it has these talents you can choose from and modifications you can choose from. There's nothing else here that suggests you get anything, but in actuality, if you select anti-armor specialist, you get a 30% increase the amount of damage you do against armor, which is a big deal. That's something you want to know up front when you're selecting this. So they got to expand a little bit the information you see here, but they're all really, really super cool. So if you look at even the screen for what he has right now. So because he's a combat morale specialist, whenever this character applies an effect to an ally, can be themselves, that ally gains +2 morale. Each ally can only gain this bonus once per round, right? So the morale you need to get to a heroic act is 10. So he can use a buff on you, that's +2 morale, and then he can use a give you an extra attack, that's +2 morale, and then he might have modifications that make the morale go even higher. So he really, really specializes in, hey, get your heroic act as fast as possible. That's a big difference between this game and Rogue Trader. In Rogue Trader, early in the game at least, it took a while for you to get your heroic act. That's not the way it works here. You can get your heroic act very, very quickly, depending on how you are set up. Yeah, I don't know anything about Age of Sigmar. Happy to learn though. I'm decided I'm all in on pretty much everything Warhammer related. Like I know nothing about what's the Art of War. So whatever that new game series is, whatever that game series is that just decided they're going to focus on Warhammer 40K for their next entry, the strategy game one, I've never played one of those entries, but I will play the Warhammer 40K entry. I wonder if there will be customization options to make your own Inquisitor. Yeah, definitely there's going to be character creation in the full game. Starting the year at 40K files be amazing. I hope so, Wine God. I'm gonna do my part for making videos that people enjoy. Total War, thank you. Thank you, Total War. That's what I plan to play. I plan to play Dawn of War as well, Quintac, but Total War is what I was thinking of. So the interesting thing as well is there are some things that were straight up abilities or talents in this game that are now modifications. So what did I choose before? I think I might have chose attack buff. So if you look at modifications, if I scroll down here, there's a modification move, move, move. Now, for those of you who played Rogue Trader, you'll remember move, move, move was an ability you could do where you would give a character an extra turn and they could use that extra turn to move a number of spaces that scaled with your fellowship bonus. Now, instead of being an all-out ability, move, move, move is a modification that you can place on Bring It Down if you wanted to. So instead of having to use 2 separate extra turns, you could have 1 extra turn that gives your ally 2 action points and a number of movement points, if that's something that you felt like you were motivated to do, right? So in fact, if I apply this now, if we take a look at it, this is the screen where you decide, okay, based on my modifications, what do I want it to have? So now I'll take move, 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 which gives 1 ally 1 plus a third of my fellowship bonus movement points on their next turn, right? And so I'll use that, and then when I give them an extra turn, they'll automatically be able to move. What's going on, Credo? Well, I'm gonna get ready for your guys. Thanks, Mark said. I appreciate it, dude. Game looks good. If rough, yeah. I would agree with that. They definitely got a lot more work to do over time. Now, you also have an option of the target's allied damage dealt is increased by an amount that scales with their morale for 1 round. You could put that on Bring It Down or Voice of Command, right? So you could use Voice of Command to give them a damage boost along with giving them +2 morale. And then you can use Bring It Down to give them both an extra turn with action points and movement points so they can walk around if they wanted to, or use completely different modifications if that's what you want to do. I used one where I don't see it over here, but I basically had an option where Voice of Command, or I might have used an upgrade to do that, but I basically made it where Voice of Command gave significantly more morale every single time. So I would use Voice of Command on an ally and it would give like +4 morale or something of that sort. And I found that to be very effective. So I took commanding voice to increase the range, and then that's the heroic act. Yeah, I don't remember what allowed me to give more morale with Voice of Command. Oh, you know, it might have been automatically with Combat Morale Specialist. So Combat Morale Specialist already provides +2 morale anytime you use an ability on an ally, right? And then I have Voice of Command, which provides +2 morale as well. So that means right up front, I'm giving you +4 morale on top of whatever morale you already had, on top of whatever morale you get from killing enemies. Awesome. Awesome stuff. Somebody asked about Operative. So Operative has changed significantly as well. So if you look, Kroot has some access to specializations that my character does not have because they're using a different archetype. So Kroot comes with the precise attack specialization, which is pretty sure she's the only character who gets the ability to select this. So the rest of them couldn't even choose this if they wanted to. And then I think I added anti-armor specialist on top of this, but keep in mind, the Kroot specific weapons they have a knife on the end, so she can switch back and forth between melee. In fact, she's got a knife on both ends of the weapon if you look at it, so she can easily switch back and forth between melee and ranged as long as you're using Kroot specific weapons, and the weapon can be fired within melee range. So you see that it's treated as a mace attack, but the mace attack, it doesn't use they change it in some sort of way where it doesn't use weapon skill. I think it uses something different. Oh, that's another thing to keep. That's really, really cool as well. Some of your characters will have options where, does she have one of those? Some of your, oh, you know what? My medic has one of those. Some of your characters will have an option that says, here we go. So my medic has scientific approach. All abilities scale on Epion's intelligence bonus instead of other characteristics. So these are a list of the abilities she could place this on. So if I wanted to do an attack that scaled off of intelligence instead of weapon skill or ballistic skill, I could do that. I can make my burst attack or my single attack scale in that manner. So there's just a ton of different options, and you see all of these abilities and things you can do. They've got open slots where you can put modifications on it, and you've got a ton of different modifications you can choose from. Really, really cool. But at the same time, the list is much more condensed than what you used to have to deal with in Rogue Trader, where it just felt like there were rows and rows of different talents, and it was really, really hard to figure out which one was correct. Epion, I don't know the correct pronunciation of her name, Octavius, to be honest with you, because we haven't heard it voiced anywhere. And then, since you hadn't seen him at all, so Larthier is... Well, okay, Larthier's a Wayseeker. So, right, he's not a mystic, he's a Wayseeker. He has his own unique archetype that most likely you would not be able to get access to, right? So he's got the discipline Wayseeker. This unique discipline allows the Psyker to enhance their own and their allies' combat capabilities. The effect of the Wayseeker's abilities is calculated using the value of morale instead of veil degradation. So in Dark Heresy, a lot of your Psyker abilities are calculated based on how high veil degradation is, whereas with the Wayseeker, they don't feed off of the chaos, right? So instead they feed off of how good is the team, how well is the team doing. Does the game explain why you have a recruit alien in the Inquisitor team? Yeah, basically the main Inquisitor in this area is someone who wants to work more with Xenos. So that's a big fight. The Battle Sister is strongly against the Xenos and therefore against the Inquisitor. And I'm talking about Inquisitor Melisentilla, not Inquisitor and not Lord Inquisitor Anton Zerb, who's above all this. But Battle Sister Septima is strongly against Inquisitor Melisentilla, who we just spoke with very recently. In fact, she's oh well, I'm not on my save right now, but she's the character we were doing the investigation for. Oh, did I finish going through this? Yeah, those two are completely at odds about how this situation and these characters should be dealt with. So you have the option of either siding with Melisentilla and working more with the Xenos, or you can side with Battle Sister Septima and set the Xenos up to you. What are the chances we get of Lethier to at the drop of a hat? What do you mean? We got of that Lethier at the drop of a hat. Earlier has ruined the Eldar race for me. I would consider Lethier to be significantly better than Earliet, even off of the little bit that I know about him already. So he's all about using force weapons, melee attacks, which is weird because they've got him using his staff, but he absolutely does not use a staff. So I think this is more of a placeholder, especially considering these areas are unfinished. He's much more of a melee type of character. What it says we can get rid of him. You can have you can set up him and the Inquisitor for Battle Sister Septima to deal with them both. You can rat them out. I don't know what impact that has. I didn't rat them out in my playthrough. Epo 9, because of the Les Mis character. Hey, that works. All right, let's go ahead and go back to the excavation site so we can finish that up. And give me a second. I'm gonna grab some ice real quick so I can have a drink.
We stand upon the precipice of change. We stand upon the precipice of change.
What's up, ID? What's good, Sir Pharaoh? ID, Xanton, appreciate you all following me over on Twitch. What's up, Rage? How are you, man? All right, y'all. Let's recreate this scene. Something I feel very confident I did poorly last time. Yep, containers, did that. Examine. Scan. Examine. Scan. Install Holodiver. How many Twitch followers are you at? I have no idea. That's actually a question. What's up, Pounder? What's going on, man? Was the beverage of the night Diet Dr. Pepper? I know, not all that sexy or exciting. Diver. And one more. All right. Love Dr. Pepper. Nice. Fellow Dr. Pepper fans. Recreate excavation scene. Here, let's start at the beginning. Who attacked the excavation site? Bog Beast. Who was attacked at the excavation site? Bandits. It looked like his lot. Yeah, bandits got attacked. And then who ransacked the camp? Bandits took the supplies. And then, what is this? Why are there tracks from work boots here? The expedition members left the camp. I don't recall. Were they taken? I think they were. They taken away by force? No, they were. There were none of them here. Maybe the workbook tracks do not belong to the workers. Do not belong to the workers. There we go. The diet part adds to the sophistication. Dr. Pepper over Coke for me as well, Hacks. My favorite soda type, but I know it's not healthy for me at all, is Mountain Dew. That I was definitely the Mountain Dew gamer type of guy. But instead I stick with diet, and I don't like diet Mountain Dew. Strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper is amazing. I don't think I've tried that. I did try blackberry Dr. Pepper, and I thought that was cool. I really like SoCo with Dr. Pepper. Southern Comfort with Dr. Pepper works really, really well. Forgot to buy the 101. Uh-oh. I don't know what the LA Noir Tinkle is. And the traces. Interesting. Just thought about that. Mountain Dew. Hey, you prefer Coke and its variants like Pepsi, but you like Mountain Dew? Got you. Arizona iced tea. That's a nice option too. At the high school, you'd have a Mountain Dew Code Red. Yeah, exactly. Who's a trip? Interesting. Yeah, never heard of that, Octavius. Best soda I ever had was Japanese melon soda. Man, no, I've never had the pleasure of that. That's awesome. Anything useful in Ogren? Ready to discuss it? Sure, I have a working theory. So let's see. Seems there was a skirmish in the camp over supplies, but I am not yet convinced of your conclusions. One thing we agree on, there was a skirmish between the bandits and the so-called bog beasts trying to ransack the already abandoned camp. The armed bandits overpowered the mutants and took all the supplies. This does not explain the tracks leading away from the camp. These are undoubtedly tracks made by work boots, but it seems my people had already left by the time of the altercation. So then, to whom do they belong? Find out where they lead. Something strange is afoot at Mayor Sportum. My agent... Okay, so she liked it this time. Last time she was like, nah, that ain't it. But here, just move forward with the investigation. This time she had no issues with what I said. So, absolutely. How will I recognize him? Cook scan, bug beast. Nah, can I take over? They're crude, aren't they? Since I am ready. Beautiful. Beautiful. Talk to Larthier. Where is he? Oh, I didn't even notice the broken conservator. Carved patterns into it with a fresh, nice. You prefer water besides some coffee? I'm a big water fan. If I really need to drink something, water is what I prefer. Easily, what kind of rituals? Place you have in mind? Tell me what you learn. I trust you, you trust me. And lovely. There we go. Get rid of the last mercenary operative. That is kind of freaking cool. All right, now. Let's confirm real quick. Oh, did I ever click on this? I don't think I did. There we go. Scraped up. Cool. The first coffee of the day hits different. I never got into coffee. I've tried it a couple of times before, but just not my thing. As a Brazilian, I'm legally obliged to say guarana is the best, but frankly, I like that and Coke equally. Nice. What kind of tea is your favorite, Wine Guide? I drink Coke when it's when I eat something. When I'm thirsty, nothing beats ice cold water. Exactly. I agree. Start looking. Lovely. All right, now he can be leveled up. Oh, that's right. So originally I got Coming Doom. Holy crap, I just realized something. Because we came here at a later time, they start us at a later level. I didn't get to level 5 until the end of the playthrough. The first time I did this this alpha. But now all of our characters are starting at level 5, and the party members we pick up are automatically have 2 levels for us to give them. That's super cool. That's really, really nice. All units inside the dome. I'll let my Sanction Psyker get that one. Let's see. I like you going for offense, frankly. There was something. Psyker deals 3+ willpower bonus plus intelligence bonus percentage more damage with Psyker powers of solid projectile weapons. Let me check. Hold on. What is his? So he has very low willpower, actually. Focusing on willpower bonus is not helping myself. I never realized that before. I should have. Weapon skill is his highest score, and then he has agility. So weapon skill, agility, and perception. That's what we should be focused on. So this is focused on perception. That's helpful. Telekinetic dome, willpower, that's not doing much for you. Willpower and intelligence, that's not doing much for you either. All attacks against the Wayseeker and their allies and the effects of guidance are made with 10 plus targets without penalty to hit chance. Okay, interesting. Love Dr. Pepper, but there's always a price hike, so I got to import it. Gotcha, that's so fortunate. Hibiscus tea. But you love oolong tea as well? Nice. Really want barley tea, but I haven't had a chance to try. Ginger tea for you? Awesome. I've never been a big tea guy, except when I'm sick. When I'm sick, my mother-in-law, she makes some really great tea. I have no idea what type of tea it is, but she knows how to put it together. And anytime I'm feeling sick or bad, it definitely helps me out. So he's weird. I don't like his setup because he's got this psyker. He's got this psyker archetype that really wants to focus on willpower, but he doesn't have good willpower. Weapon skill plus ballistic skill, interesting. If the second weapon attack in a turn is of the same type, as the first one, its hit chance is increased. If it is of a different type, the target's defense is reduced. That's actually very nice for him. Okay. Oh, right. And then we do have this second attack option. Okay. Magnetic Echo. The enemy closest must pass a strength tenacity test. Become a sealed, unstoppable force. Wayseeker foregone. How does... They gain +1 action point if... No. Soul bonds, no. Good relationship with mother-in-law? Yeah, I do. She loves me. Plan to buy in for the alpha. Any link to support you? No, I don't have any a specific link because you have to get it off the Owlcat site. It's not like you could go to Steam or something like that, Sephora. But appreciate you asking. You're so excited for Total War 40K? I'm not excited because I've never played a Total War game before, but I'm absolutely going to play that one and cover it. Okay, so I wish you could mark which ones you really want. Let's see. Next precise attack made after using a psychic ability? No. Character's precise attack ignore 15 damage reduction and defense. Whoa, it scales with his awareness. Wow, that I feel like that's probably really helpful, especially in this situation. So I'm gonna go for this first, and then on the next one, oh yeah, I'm about to get another talent anyway. So let's just go for that next. And then for this, do we want follow-up blow? 18% more. Its hit chance is increased by 18%. Target's defense is reduced. Ah, dang it. I'm gonna go with this because I think sometimes the hit chance is gonna really help. Upgrade, inevitable doom. Additionally, their attacks ignore a portion of the enemy's defense, possibly. Wayseeker's next melee precise attack can target enemies in a perception bonus cell radius around the character. Ooh. He could also do mass assail, but that doesn't really work for him. Guided sets the unit can move through. Any ally can move to the Wayseeker, disregarding range and line of sight. Ooh. That's interesting. We could really make use of that. Check-O-Ride, what's going on, dude? We have no knowledge at this point about when the release date would be. If I had to guess, I would say end of next year. I do expect the game to release in 2026, but we don't know. Had to better prepare for the long winter break. Hey, take care, Master Bill. Appreciate you stopping by.
On the precipice of change.
Hey, appreciate you following me over on Twitch to Check-O-Ray. You glad you got Tainted Grill? It's giving me something to do. Yeah, I really enjoy Tainted Grill. What's up, R-Ty? Yep, no problem, Check-O-Ray. I'm not much of a whiner, but my Uncle May's home way of mine. I really like that. I think I might go. How often was I melee against two enemies? Not often. Next, melee precise attack can target enemies in a perception bonus cell radius around the character. I played State of Decay 1, but I never played 2. Was 2 as good as 1 was? I really enjoyed 1. Even though it's not the type of game I usually play, I really enjoyed 1. Additionally, their attacks ignore. I'm gonna go with this one. Okay. And then, is there anything inventory-wise that I need to look at? This is Ogren or Kroot or Wayseeker. The wearer deals an additional number of exploit stacks, vitals damage. Only the Kroot would make use of that. At the start of their turn, the wearer's armor durability is increased by half your willpower bonus for each burning unit in combat. Lasts until the start of the wearer's next turn. You should definitely be using this. This is where you get your armor from. I don't remember if, oh, he did. He was using it. Sometimes his armor increased and I was like, why? What did I give him that caused this? I couldn't figure it out. That's what it is. I never use this toxic grenade. We're going to get rid of that because she's already using area attacks. If she has the ability to do something, she's going to do that. Sure. You know what? You're more likely to want to be able to repair your armor than throw a grenade. You're the one who's I'm really going to want to have throw grenades. I like the idea of you having grenades, but far more often you need to use armor. And usually you get a chance to repair your armor before they get to your health. So we're going to assume it'll work the same way, even though it might not. All right, now we're good to go. Do you like the Eldar or Dark Eldar better? I would say I find the Dark Eldar more interesting, but I find the Eldar more tolerable. Looks like there's a graphics upgrade. Definitely there's a graphics update. Character models look more detailed than Rogue Trader. They absolutely do, hacks. Yes, they do. Very much so. Like how I kind of keeps away from orcs because I don't think their writing can handle orc humor. A lot of people feel like the next DLC we're about to get from Rogue Trader is actually going to include an orc. So we'll find out if that's the case though. Strange imprint. We already seen that before. Let's go over here. Bam, bam, bam. You had to sip and think about it. I had to take a second. No, I love orcs. It's really risky to try their kind of humor, and making one a companion be pretty weird considering how chaotic they are. The evil of the faction, the more interesting their reasoning often is. Yep, I agree, Boom. I think the Drakari are very interesting, especially the way they're constantly trying to avoid chaos. Now, if I remember correctly, before there wasn't this whole back section, right? You pretty much... Yeah, this definitely looked different before. Wow. Hope you have discussed all urgent matters with Lady M. I have. The people no longer leave no witnesses. The old Recaliger was lucky to receive a quick death from a gunshot to the head. Well, damn. Beautiful. Ooh, but it requires a recruit. Interesting. Think Owlcat can handle the humor? If you played Kingmaker, the Goblin scenes definitely had goblin humor and silliness. Yeah, that's true. Knock Knock. Knock Knock definitely had humorous scenes. Workers' footprints, new lead added. Oh, I should probably be going in my journal as well. Here, let's stop here. I'm trying to get into CRPGs, but isometric combat is intimidating difficulty-wise. Turn it down to easy. If you're asking which are the best starter CRPGs, in my opinion, Baldur's Gate 3 bar none is the best one to start with. Another very good one is Solasta, as far as a difficulty standpoint, because they will give you a nice little bit of difficulty, but also the character creation is very simple and easy for you to understand. And the mechanics are a lot of fun to play with. However, the characters look very ugly and the writing is poor in those games. So because of that, I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is the easy one to just like dive into. My personal favorite CRPG of all time is Wrath of the Righteous, and frankly all of Owlcat's games have been very, very high quality CRPGs, but they don't focus on ease of accessibility. They focus on, hey, providing unique, engaging experiences. Seems like Dark Heresy is going to be focused a little bit more on being accessible, as you can see from the skill trees that I showed, if you noticed that earlier in the video. But I still don't expect it to be on the level of Baldur's Gate 3. We'll see, though. Anything is possible. Is there another CRPG that I think is really good for people who are just getting into CRPGs? I really, really love Tyranny. And I think Tyranny is super easy to get into, but unfortunately, it also feels kind of unfinished. And so it's hard for me to recommend that game, because you'll just end up joining the crowd of people who really, really wish we were getting a Tyranny sequel, and which is probably never going to happen. I'm also a really big fan of Pillars of Eternity, and there are a lot of people who got into CRPGs from Pillars of Eternity. In fact, I'm one of them. Pillars of Eternity is the game that made me say, okay, I really, really like CRPGs and I'd like to learn more about them. But I don't feel like it's as good an entryway as Baldur's Gate 3. So you got options, though. You got options. Wrath of the Righteous is very unfriendly to new players, for sure. For sure. Comment, I can't say if this is better than Rogue Trader. Like, I only get 10 to 15 hours in Act 1. So based on that, it's hard for me to say, like, overall, do I feel like this is a better game? What I will say is, taking this Act 1, like Act 1 in 10 to 15 hours of Rogue Trader Act 1, the first 10 to 15, and then taking 10 to 15 hours that we experience here. Me personally, I like the 10 15 hours we get in Dark Heresy more. But I'm also really, really big on mysteries and really big on being an investigator. And so that aspect of the game of walking around, interrogating people, taking clues and figuring out how clues fit together and all that stuff, I love that shit. This appeals to a part of me that hasn't really been tapped into by most of the other games that I'm playing. And so because of that, this game is damn near tailor-made for me, right? Whereas Rogue Trader, it was a great experience, I loved it, but it's not really an experience that's tailor-made for the type of player that I am. Yep, no problem, Maxim. I am here to help people figure out how to get into CRPGs and expose them to CRPGs they would enjoy. So it's absolutely my pleasure. Rogue Trader will definitely be hard to beat. Definitely. Rogue Trader, from a mechanic standpoint, is the easiest of the Outcat games to get into for sure. But the problem with Rogue Trader is less than half of it is voice acted. And so you end up doing a ton of reading, which again makes it hard to recommend for somebody who's just getting into CRPGs, because a lot of people can't stand all that reading. You're a sucker for cop detective stories? I don't think being left-wing automatically makes you anti-cop. There's a lot of hardcore right-wing people who don't like cops either. That's just kind of a general thing. Either you like cops or you don't. I love cop and detective stories for sure. I even love like the stories. There was at one time supposed to be a movie with Nicolas Cage where he was going to be the noir version of Spider-Man, running around solving cases like a detective. I think that would be amazing. Wasteland 3 is not the easiest CRPG to get into. Now I would say it is a good beginner CRPG from the standpoint of the mechanics are easy to understand. It's fully voice acted, and there's a big focus on humor. So it's easy to keep the player engaged. But while the mechanics are easy to understand, the fighting can also be punishing, especially if you're not really used to making your whole team work like that, right? And for a lot of people, turn-based is too slow, and Wasteland 3 doesn't have all the gizmos that Baldur's Gate 3 and Dark Heresy and some other games have to keep turn-based combat moving at a faster pace. So when it's slow, it's really, really slow. I played the Bard's Tale games. I enjoyed them. I don't remember them at all, so I've actually thought about circling back to them at some point, but I remember enjoying them when I tried them out. Reading is good for the brain. I agree, Pounder. I enjoy reading. You just bought Pillars 1 and 2 on sale? That's awesome. I hope you enjoy them. Just started one and having a blast. Such an interesting story. Yeah, I personally like 1 more than 2, but if you ask me which one is the better game, 2 is definitely the better game. I know it's a different genre, but how do you feel about Avowed? I think Avowed is amazing if you are a big fan of Pillars of Eternity, because they do some really cool and interesting things with the lore. But overall, I was disappointed with Avowed. I wanted them to take things a step further and do more with it, and they left out some of the mechanics from Pillars of Eternity that I thought were for sure going to get in there, like Barbarian and Cypher. And so, you know, for all those reasons, I was just not the biggest believer in Avowed. But at the end of the day, I'm very glad that Avowed was made, because I also think it'll make it easier for more for us to get more Pillars of Eternity related things in general. So there are some people who are like, I hate Avowed, I think it's terrible that it even got made and blah blah blah. I'm not one of those people. I feel like the more that is done to expose people to the Pillars of Eternity universe, the more likely we are to get Pillars of Eternity 3, which is, at the end of the day, is what I want. I really enjoyed Outer Worlds 2. I had a good time with it. I love Disco Elysium, but I do believe that the updated version of it that adds voice acting is the superior version of the game. Wrath of the Righteous is less jank than Pillars for me, but both have great plots. I consider Wrath of the Righteous significantly more janky than Pillars of Eternity until like the last few months before Owlcat decided to stop supporting the game. Like, Wrath was buggy for a really, really long time. Avowed was fine and Pillars is rad. I can go with that. I can go with that for sure. What up, Fox? Picked up Rotator recently, and your guys have been invaluable. Thanks for the content. Hey, my pleasure, dude. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. It's my pleasure, absolutely. Dive is killed? Nah, I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. Let's see. That's not how it works. You go in. Is responsible. There we go, and there we go, and there we go. Avowed is enjoyable, but not memorable. Yep. Wouldn't disagree with that either. Okay. Now, we came here before. What's over here? This is where Sister Septima is. Whoa. I do not intend to show my face. I will join you after you visit to the camp. Okay. All right, no problem. I wasn't planning to go to the camp. I was planning to go down here, and that's not possible. Okay, cool. So let's go back over here. Now I know I need a rope at some point for this. And then let's see, was it over here? Yep, it's over here. Promise protection, but where is it? The holy man is talking sense. If I die, I'll die with a light heart. Yes, feel the purifying torments, brothers and sisters. Is he about to lower himself? Oh, okay. I thought they were about to turn on that damn fan under him. I was like, praise the God Emperor. Ooh. Damn. This is crazy. Yes, Flock, that's it. Taste the pain and sweetness of repentance. Come with us. We will show you the truth. Charging didn't work right in Wrath of the Righteous for the longest time. Exactly. Like basic stuff. Nah, man. Nah. That Owlcat Jake is part of their charm. That's true, but I hope they're a little less charming in the future. if I'm gonna be completely honest, they can stand to be a little less charming in the future. I'm good on the charm. Especially with the Expanse, like they're about to introduce themselves to a segment of the market that is not going to be receptive to certain things, you know, like they're not just going to accept certain things. So you better be careful. I really, really hope there's a focus on ensuring launch is going to be better. The launch is going to be better. We'll see. Makes sense since I didn't play Wrath until recently. Yeah, if you played Wrath recently, you got a version of the game that was vastly beyond what people got directly at launch. What's up, Owlbear? I barely finished the RPGs because they get too hard at the end, but I finished Wasteland 3 with ease. It's beginner friendly. That's interesting. You know, maybe it's because I played Wasteland 3 on harder difficulties. I didn't feel that way. I think, and I know people who are fans of tactical adventures and Solasta, they may not like it when I say this, but I think the look of Solasta 2 is a complete ripoff of Baldur's Gate 3. I think Tactical Adventures saw Baldur's Gate 3 and was like, you know what? This shit works. Let's just use it. We want to focus on the mechanics and figuring out how combat is and all that good stuff. Y'all will probably be satisfied and good with this, so let's just use it. And you know what? I ain't mad at them because it looks great. It looks like a significant improvement over Solasta 1. So personally, I'm good with it. And I think it's going to do so much to help them make the game more marketable. And so absolutely, I'm with it. All about it. All about it. 1-to-1 copy. Exactly. As soon as I saw it, I was like, this is Solasta Gate 3, apparently. I'm praying the Expanse is a huge success. I like what Owlcat is doing. Yep, me too, Hawks. Me too. Don't you jinx my Expanse game. Don't you? I'm not trying to jinx it, bruh. It's clearly in peril. I'm not jinxing it. I don't create the news. I just talk about the news and report it. I don't create the news. The news is clearly that, not Expanse. What is it? What's Exodus is the one that's really in peril that you're like, man, what is going on? Expanse, as far as we know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. I just hope that launch better be on point, because the fact of the matter is there's a lot of people who are going to pay attention to the launch of Expanse who don't give a damn about any of the other Soy RPGs that Owlcat has done. And frankly, they're not going to pay much attention to Dark Heresy either. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got freaking people like Asmongold doing live reactions to the Expanse trailer. Like, nah, you do not want like that wide an audience trashing your game and telling everybody that it's buggy and it's awful. No. You don't want to do that. The latest trailer is weird, and they haven't talked about the time dilation stuff in a while. And the head of the studio for Architect, Olin, he just left. Super weird. I haven't done a video about it yet because I'm really hoping that they provide more information. But yeah, I think it's all very, very weird. What's up, Cloth? All right, does he say anything different? These boots belong to an officer. Yeah, you can take a Medicaid kit. You can have it. It's fine. Inspect the knife. I don't think I ended up using the knife, but I was supposed to be able to ask her some questions. Come on, girl. And there we go. Already got my med kit back. Beautiful. And now we'll be able to get back up here easily. Are you serious? How did you injure your arms on that? 90%? Oh, this requires rope too, doesn't it? Yeah, this is gonna require rope, so I need to find a rope. Where did I get a rope from? I don't remember where I got a rope from before. No straight feather about the man either way, but it's it lives in Nurgle's lair. It's something. It's something. I agree. I wouldn't do it myself, but brute. It's not lucky it has the Baron. If it weren't for him, the Pharaohs would have killed everyone long ago. So I wonder if I still have to break up a fight between the Baron's men and the Pharaohs. Go guess them. This is a flock fighter, okay. Yeah, it's that same fight. Do you have a favorite villain in gaming? Well, by the end, she's not really a villain. I'll give you two options. By the end, she's not really a villain, but the nymph and Kingmaker, that experience of finding out her whole history, finding out more about the Lantern King, and eventually possibly helping her against the Lantern King, really cool, one of my top experiences. John Irenicus, I thought he was an amazing, the way they developed his whole backstory as far as him being an elf and him kicking things off, killing Jahiro's husband. I thought all that was amazing. And then other one I would mention is the Elusive Man. I feel like the Elusive Man always is such a very mysterious, intriguing person where it's like you hate him, but at the same time, you're like, damn, it's cool talking to you. And it's rare that you feel that way. And you feel like, man, it's cool just talking to you and being your president and looking at all this technology and what you've built and all that stuff, right? I think all of that is super, super cool. So those are probably the three that I'll put. Yeah, Narissa, you like Aurilu? You know, to be honest, even though I guess she is, I don't really look at Aurilu as a villain. But I guess to some level she is, but Elusive Man was peak. Yeah, Elusive Man was so good. Yeah, I was a fan. Again, I put Aurilu and Kriya kind of the same category. I don't consider either one of them villains. I consider them, I don't know how I look at them. I guess technically they're villains, yeah, but I don't look at them as villains. I know that's odd. Aurilu had her reasons. I can't hate her. Yeah, I can't look at Aurilu as evil. I can't look at Aurilu and say, how dare you? And I feel the same way about Kriya. I don't look at Kriya as this wicked, evil, terrible person that is trying to destroy everybody and destroy the world, you know? Mr. House from Fallout New Vegas, super, super cool. He's a villain. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. John Irenicus, most memorable. Kairos from Tyranny. Yeah, you know, I don't put Kairos on the level because you never actually meet them. You know, so it's like you're not even really sure if Kairos is the villain or if people just think they're the villain because they're misguided, you know? How is Mr. House villain? He's trying to destroy everybody and take everything over. Did I get some liquor somewhere? See, this doesn't feel good, right? I came way later. There's been a whole other tide come through, right? To the point the whole landscape is changed. It doesn't make sense to me that the exact same combat opportunity would be here in this way. Like by now, you would think they would have probably pushed all of the whatever they call pharaohs, pushed all the pharaohs out, right? They would have already settled this. I don't know. It's kind of course, you wouldn't feel this on your first playthrough, but this is why I played through it the second time. Playing through this a second time and seeing that this exact same combat instance is still here is a little bit odd to me. But I don't know. We'll see. Tyranny 2 would be amazing, and I think Tyranny 2 is much more possible now than it would have been before because Paradox has already made it clear they don't want to do single-player games anymore. So technically, somebody could buy the license from them. Now, Obsidian might be interested in getting the license, but Probably not, because Tyranny 1 didn't do all that well, so it's anybody's guess. He is a ruthless businessman, more like. You can say that about a lot of villains. That really is just business to them. Now, if what happened to Rilu's kid happened to mine, I would crash out just as bad. Exactly, Skeletons. Whereas Mr. House is basically trying to amass power and money at the expense of other people's lives. To me, that's villainous behavior, as opposed to you and your people and your culture have actually wronged me in a way that is unacceptable, you know, and because of that, I've snapped. Here's a curveball. Empire or Imperium in 40K is an excellent villain. The Imperium is definitely a villain, but the problem is that Chaos is such a bigger villain and so clearly more evil than even the Imperium that it's really hard to side against them. Let's see. That was and this is Kabi. Okay, just tattoo man. Who's in charge of you lot? They have nothing for you to take. You know what I should do? I don't have alcohol. Where did I get alcohol before? Why not give it to them? He bribes smugglers to deliver a shipment of provisions. Yeah, if you get the drink, I'll just... Okay. Maybe the poison idea is the most promising. Okay. So where do I get alcohol from? What did I miss? A lot of things, apparently. You know what? One thing I know I missed. Didn't come up over here. Now that I think about it, I don't need a rope to drop down over there, which is what I could do. In New Vegas, I see all of them as just factions trying to get power at the expense of others. Mr. House wanted order and technological advancement. I don't remember it well enough to say that you are wrong. Oh, you do need a rope to get down there, and you need a rope for both. Well, that's whack. Where did I get? Are you serious? At 95% it failed? Come on, y'all. Let me see something. Alcohol. Whoa! They let me just walk on in. Why was I able to just walk on in? Got that. Is it one of these alcohol? No. None of these are alcohol. Why was I able to just walk on in? What did I get? Oh, that key. That key I got. The villain and all orcs, those guys, purple orcs. Message change. So wait a minute. This is... That's the way. Okay, yep. That's where I got what's his name. That requires an oar. It requires a rope, rather. So wait a minute. Where was... Nope, that's sisters. Battle sister whole thing. This is where I came out here. I've never been over here then. Yeah, the Legion, I think, is the greatest villain in Fallout New Vegas. That's true. I would agree with that. The Legion is definitely tops. Ooh, targeting visor. Definitely with that. Oh, I can't go out over there? Okay. Wow. There's a whole shore area here that I feel like I could get to before. Oh, maybe you've got to get to it another way then. Who is this local running ahead of me? Ba-na, ba-na, ba-na. I don't know where. Oh, you know what? That's what I meant to do. Hold on. Where is... Yeah, let's go in the sisters' camp and see if there's somebody we're supposed to buy rope and or alcohol from. And I just don't remember it from this time. Hey, Dave is the last real villain ruining the Nemesis system. Let's see, you requires crude. All right, can't do that. Requires bone head, and you like this. Armor durability is increased by 25%. So wait, it's 88 with you, and it's only 66 with you. Yep, that's a big difference. Okay, cool. And then you exploit stacks. No. The wearer gains +2 morale if they did not suffer damage last round. Who's usually not? You're usually going to stay out the way, so we'll give it to you for now. Whenever the wearer uses any officer ability, they gain more defense and scales with fellowship bonus until the start of their next round. I'll take that. The wearer's ranged precise attacks gain perception bonus hit chance and deal ballistic skill bonus more damage. So neither one of you have perception, and she can't do precise attacks anyway, right? So you can do precise attacks. So even though you don't have much perception, you'll at least be able to make use of it to some degree. So let's do it that. The new models are amazing. Absolutely. Absolutely, I'm a fan. I require alcohol to continue my investigation. Could you assist me in this request? Most certainly. Oh, snap for you, blessed master. Anything. Invita begins rummaging through her bag so heartily that it seems she accidentally breaks something within. Nevertheless, within a half minute, she produces an ornate bottle and offers it to you. This is vintage Amasac, suitable for performing sacraments. I'm certain you need it for a noble and holy cause. Nice. All right, let's also see. Let's make sure they don't provide a rope anywhere, right? Nope, she doesn't provide a rope, unfortunately. Now let's check you. If I'm going caster for my druid, it's Circle of the Land, right? Are you talking about Solasta? Wish I could say I need alcohol for my investigations. Rope. No rope. Okay. She wouldn't use this anyway. A croup blade. Yeah, she's not using a croup blade. That's not happening. And then sell all junk as well. Yeah, okay, yeah, all that's junk, so we'll sell all that. And yeah, I don't see anything here that's crazy. Let's check here again. We only have one repair kit left. You got any repair kits? How are you the Adeptus Mechanicus and I can't buy a repair kit from you? What sense does that make? All right, well, hopefully we'll just pick up another one. Let's not worry about it. Whoa. Not trouble you further. Every moment of inaction. Do I want to betray, what's her name? I might. Yeah, for now. Where is Marketplace Trader? Is this? There we go. Dire Spike. Does that mean? Yep, there goes Kabi. Now, there's a couple other things though here. Why can't I get to this? Oh yeah, we have to jump from the other side over to there. No problem. And then I come down over here. Why not can't I get to this? Oh, because I need to get through this area first. No problem. So I got to deal with this fight first. If only functional alcoholic was a trait in RPGs. Copy. Okay. And let's go ahead and save this. Pharaoh's Divers fight. Because we're on a harder difficulty, so this might go significantly worse, even than it went last time, and last time wasn't the best. No flapping your guns. I got to get my guys out. Okay. Cool. What's the matter? Not so brave? How do I start this again? I don't understand. Feral Crusher. How am I supposed to restart this quest? Oh, Dire Spike? Okay. You want to speak to me about something? Yep, definitely poison the Amasak. Give the poison alcohol to Crimson Fane. We brought the alcohol. Yeah, Dujay. One of the things Larian mentioned is that they're really, really looking forward to making a game that does not utilize the Dungeons and Dragons license, because those mechanics were made for the tabletop, and it's extremely difficult to translate tabletop mechanics into a video game. Whereas Larian said it's going to be much easier to specifically create a mechanic system that's for a video game. And so they believe it's going to be a lot more fun to play Divinity than it was to play Baldur's Gate. I'm definitely looking forward to what that means. Definitely Cog, you'll be the one to go in. You found Baldur's Gate 3 more enjoyable when the mods came out? Makes sense. Come on, let's go. We've been poisoned! Alright, now. 2 people are gonna go. Who? You're gonna go, you're gonna go, you're gonna go. All those people are gonna go. And then, yep, I can already tell the enemies have more health than they did the first go round. So you could come over here. So I'm gonna have you deal with him. And then next up is her. I'll have her. I want her to deal with you two. So she can get behind there. And then after that is him. Well, here, you should be behind here, and so should you. And that means there's really no, oh, here we go. You can go here. Well, heck, in that case, no, I want you here, because then you can come up here and spray all of them. That makes sense? That makes sense to me. Yeah, okay. She also has more armor than you, which is fascinating. Okay. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get. And yeah, he doesn't have to worry about cover right now. So yeah, start the battle. Take care, one guy. Have a good one, dude. Torso injured. Beautiful. Damn, they are really cutting through his armor. Wow, they got through like half his armor in one go. It's rather unfortunate. All right. Let's get next to you. And you, we want you to have more precision attacks as well. Actually, well, wait a minute. He wasn't even going for precision yet. So that doesn't really make sense. But here, we're going to do this. 17, 19. There we go. Okay, I guess he is going to do a precision attack. So let's do that. And then, yep, we'll go ahead and do some precision. And bam. And we're going to go for your arm. Sure. And confirm. And that is beautiful. Only thing I don't like about that is that I can't move in the cover, but nothing's perfect. Someone didn't know Learn to BG3 trying to go back and play. Why did you dislike DOS 2? Why you say it was bad? So this sprays out, right? So 4 through 6. Whereas that's what it's supposed to do. Okay, yeah, 4 through 6. Interesting. Let's say let's do a double attack. Let's do that. And yep, let's do that to you two. Right? Well, actually here, 15, 22, 15, 22. Yeah, you the big boss right there. You're gonna be the hardest person to take down. So let's focus on these two first that I can deal with. There we go. There we go. Double up on it. And we will take that. And then, yep. Don't appreciate that. Woo! Moonlight, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but you finally got your claw strike, which is hilarious. All right. So unfortunately, you are now right in melee distance from me. And I don't have a dash. I don't have a way to dodge away. So I got no choice but to just do an attack. What is this? Exploit surroundings. So the start an external soldier is in cover. Attacks made against them automatically hit their cover. Damage dealt to it is increased by 50%. And rate of fire of all weapons increased to 25%. Nice. Way too environmental situational. And you didn't like the crowd control system, Tentacle? It forced a homogenous party because you had to break it in physical and magic damage. Yep, that's what I don't like about it. Like when I play DOS 2 the next time, I'm definitely going for all physical. BG3, do you guys recommend creating your own character or choosing one of the preset characters? I recommend you play as Dark Urge. That's damn near universally considered to be the best way to play the game. Ah, this sucks. I should have looked at his, oh crap. That went straight for, wait, what? I didn't realize that. Wait a minute, what the hell? This weapon ignores the enemy's armor. I didn't realize that. So he can go straight for the jugular. That means, so single target attacks, all ability scaling is, wait a minute. So Haymar's ability range is that's irrelevant for single target burst or area. Yeah, if he does a single target attack, the range is increased. We don't care about that. Should have done all ability scaling is done with toughness, because what is his toughness right now? His toughness is 45. His weapon skill is 30. What's going on, Wookie? What up, Wyvern? How are you, dude? Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, let's do this. Oh, he has Molten Beam. Interesting. Okay. They took different things from what I did. Let's go ahead and, do I want that? Probably. Sure. And then we'll give you some that as well. And there we go, 11 damage, and we'll take that. Woo! He is getting hit a lot over there. All right, now. Let's go ahead and take your spirit. I'm gonna give you more spirit, and then I want you to do something with it. And that something is annihilate this guy. And there we go. Woo! And now you got 8. Like that. And let's do that. All right. And now, oh, I don't have enough points for a precise shot though, so I can't take advantage of the buff the Psyker gave me. But I could just do straight up damage. Ooh, and it's enough to take out the commander. Oh, but I hit the cover instead. Presets are all characters in their own right. Yep. When you're mad, Dark Force. You'll definitely tell they base the entire story around the Dark Urge. Yep. Dark Urge is the canon run. I definitely agree with that. Endure. There we go. Now I could try to use a repair kit, but I feel like this is about to be over. Oh, I wonder if it's harder to get enemies to quit on this difficulty. Miscaster critically injured. Oh wow. Immobilized. Caster critically injured. Interesting. Let's make sure you do less damage to me. And we to turn that on. I want to be covered at all times. Yep, no problem, Maxim. Oh, yeah, screw that up. All right, now you could come over there, but frankly, you know, broken is not enough. But you're not now here. We will come over here and open this, demolish. What do you mean need a melter charge? We don't have any melter charges left? All right, well, he still made it happen. I appreciate that at least. Do you? Woo! That's very nice. And then let's do, yep, Acolyte. And Inevitable Doom. And there we go. What's going on, Animosity? Hey, I see you've been introduced to some of Travis's questionable opinions regarding games. If you aren't aware, Travis has extremely strong and consistently extremely questionable opinions about what great games are and what they should be. Let's see. Of course, I took away her grenade right when... Damn. What is that special symbol under the shotgun? Right when it would actually be useful for her to throw a grenade. The wielder can shoot with this weapon in melee range. Okay, that's what it is. And this is, it can deal burning. Yep, inflicts burning damage. Fine. What can I do? What can I do? I mean, she could. I wonder if this will make him quit. Oh, crap. Wasn't even. Oh, there we go. There we go. Shattered them. There we go. Victory is yours in combat. Beautiful. I like that quite a bit. True, we all get to have our campaigns. It's no big. Exactly, Adamasi. It's a free country. It's a free country. Awesome. What's up, Trish? I only have access to 15 hours of it, and it's all in Act 1. So I can't say that this game is a step up from Rogue Trader. But I can say that the 15 hours here in Act 1, I did enjoy more than the first 15 hours of Act 1 in Rogue Trader, for what that's worth. But that doesn't mean that I'll like Act 1 in this game overall more than I enjoyed it in Act Trader. So we'll see. More to come. Have you tried doing a BG3 online run with no mic and random teammates? No, probably be a pain, or you could offer different guests for each act that are random viewers. I've done co-op streams. I did a couple of co-op streams with Baldur's Gate 3 where people are able to go on and play with me, but no, I never did it where it was like no mic, random teammates. That would probably be wild. I can see that being a lot of fun for sure. Let's see. Cobby, there we go. Who are you? Yep. Vaseline Craze. What is that idol? Can you tell me more? The recent one finished off. Right. You headed to the Spires first. What is this? Tell me about. What do you do? Tell me more about it. Yep. Do you dive too? Have you lived here long? I see. Tell me about him. Who are they? One of these big faces. I see. That'll do. I've learned everything. Beautiful. All right, now. First, let's go backwards. Interesting. Road Trader admittedly had a slow lead in, so I'm hoping this one gets it to the meat faster. I mean, I don't know how long the very beginning section is, but definitely Act 1 puts you right into the fire. This alpha basically starts you at the beginning of Act 1. And there are apparently 2 different places you could choose whether or not you're going to go to, and the alpha forces you to go to one place. So I don't know how it works if you go to the other place, but definitely here you're in the fire immediately. No doubt about it. Yes, I know. I want to put the rope on there, but it's not giving me the option. Oh, it just doesn't look like it's giving me the option, but actually it is. Lovely. Looted that. Is the writing on par so far or better? Honestly, I would say better, only because what they're doing is much more difficult. They're giving you these cases and these things you have to investigate, and there are multiple different ways the case can end up as far as who you decide is the culprit. Like, this is my second run through the alpha, and when I solved the last case, like when I sent my report as to who did it, there were like 7 or 8 different options I have to say, okay, this is the person who's responsible. And some of them, there was compelling reasons to believe that they did it, even though I did gather up enough information where I concluded, no, they actually didn't do it. So just all in all, it was super, super cool. And I give Alcat a lot of credit for what they've done. Sounds to say, yeah, very ambitious, very ambitious. And again, this is only the 10 to 15 hours of just Act 1, and it's only one of the 2 areas that you could have potentially went to. So it's by no means representative of like the complete breadth of everything and you would be able to do even in Act 1 of the game. So just all the way around, it comes off as an extremely ambitious game that is stretching Alcat in ways that they weren't necessarily stretched by Rogue Trader. And keep in mind, this is coming from someone who loves Rogue Trader, who thinks Rogue Trader is an amazing game, so I'm not tearing Rogue Trader down at all. But I think from a writing standpoint, it just feels like this was probably the more difficult of the 2 games to write for. And thus far, from what I've seen, from being able to just spend 10 to 15 hours in Act 1, they knocked it out the park. Knocked it out the park. Yes, there is going to be romance in this game. They have not provided any confirmation whatsoever as to who you can or cannot romance or anything like that. Take care, Travis. Merry Christmas, dude. I actually had to really explain to a gamer what a Rogue Trader actually was, because even me as someone who plays Warhammer games always linked Rogue Trader to Smuggler. Yep. And I think they have to do a lot of that here too, because you have to explain like what actually is your role and why do all these people have so much authority over you? You know, especially those people who were used to playing Rogue Trader. The mechanism is thrown with effort, but it is doggedly pumping air somewhere deep below. I wonder, you know what, this time I'm going to try to not take out this guy's fuse and see if we ever meet this guy or something. Is the alpha more polished than the Rogue Trader's alpha? To be honest with you, Potatoes, I don't remember Rogue Trader's alpha at all. I've played the game 100 times at this point, so all I remember is the game now. I don't remember the alpha or the beta, so I can't really answer that question for you. Yep, you there. What are you doing? What's up, Truth? Yeah, I'm doing one more playthrough so I can see what happens when I choose some different things. So now, instead of going to this area first, I went to it second. So there's a lot more portions of it that are underwater, and I'm making some different choices as well. I'm probably gonna betray the Inquisitor and the Aldari Psyker to see how that works out to get into the Battle Sister's favor. Man, the good writing is it. Yeah, I've been around long enough that writing is all that matters. It accounts for a lot. So a lot of Act 1 really makes the scale of a Rogue Trader lore more apparent to the gamer. True, Rogue Trader is essentially a frontier lore. Absolutely. The alpha is not voice acted, Star. The full game will be, but the alpha is not voice acted. Okay, might be the next big studio. They got the Expanse game coming out too. I think the Expanse game is going to decide whether or not they're the next big studio. I think the Expanse game is going to be a massive litmus test for Alcat. I have no worries about this. I mean, this is the type of game they've already proven that they can do. But it's also already been proven that this type of game is going to earn you 2 to 5 million, right? You're going to get 2 to 5 million in sales. Wait, hey, you know, I just want Alcat to keep making enough money where it's worth them continue to do these games, right? I don't really care how much a game sells. I care whether or not I like it. But if we're talking about, you know, who's that next big studio, who's the studio that's really defining the culture, you're going to need to sell more than that, right? And so the Expanse, I feel like, has the potential to be their best-selling game all time if they launch it properly, because it's appealing to a much broader audience than what these games usually do. play Rogue Trader so much, does that mean it's your all-time favorite game? No, I played Wrath of the Righteous more than Rogue Trader. Wrath of the Righteous is my favorite CRPG. My all-time favorite game is the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I've played no game series more than Mass Effect. I literally spent a year where all I was doing was replay Mass Effect games over and over again. You know, Octavius, for me personally, no. Like, I don't care. I don't care if you're from Russia or Ukraine or whatever. Like, I'm in America. So to me, I'm a big believer in you don't blame the companies or the people for what their government is doing. Like, the way the people on the ground feel and what the government is doing is not interconnected in that manner. And so I don't like drawing those comparisons. So no, I'm not the type who, oh, this company is from Russia, and so obviously they're this evil, terrible, corrupt entity. That doesn't hold water to me at all. And to me, there's nothing that Outcat has ever either said publicly or put into their games that has made me feel like, oh man, these are some people that are really hoping that Russia is going to take over the damn planet. You know, like, so for me, it doesn't matter. But for other people, it might. I can't really tell other people what to believe or what to feel, you know, like, but, you know, my hope is that, no, it wouldn't work that way. Common sense. Exactly. Exactly, Coach. I've been playing Mass Effect since launch, but Wrath of the Righteous on some other stuff. Yeah, I love Wrath, but I also appreciate that Wrath was significantly buggy for a very, very long time. It's not really approachable, and it was easier for me with Mass Effect to just get lost in the world, you know, and not have to worry about certain things. I can't determine their politics for that game. Yeah, exactly. You can't tell where Outcat stands politically by playing their games. Exactly. This does not, when I play Rogue Trader, there's no part of me that says, damn, this sure is some Russian propaganda. Like, this makes me want to sign up and serve Putin. Like, no, I've never thought that playing Rogue Trader, Wrath of the Righteous, or Kingmaker. So, nah, it's not an issue for me. As far as I know, Outcat avoids paying Russian tax. That's interesting. I didn't even know that, Pseudo. All right. How do you call examine the body, examine the gunshot wound, look for identify, step away, what happened here? Died just like that. Very well. Why is he undressed? Cog, you recognize him? You should. And compel you to the service is a valuable tool for from now on you will obey my commands. There we go. As it should be. Now, I don't understand why I get this property of the Imperium thing. New quest. Officer in charge of the property is getting action. Acolyte volunteer to return the property to Astra Militarum High Command. I did not do that. I said he's part of the Inquisition now. But okay. What is that strange smell? Investigation. I have a few questions. What do you do here? Me off for now. Tell me about this place. Yep. She didn't have anything about, yeah, there's nothing that's different so far based on, oh, here we go. But recently the waters came again. Seems we upset him greatly. Okay, I was just about to say there's nothing different about coming here afterwards. Doing something wrong. How do you feel about the Baron? Swamp Uglies. Yep. And let's go through that. And we're good. We came from here. Oh, this is interesting. So in the last version of the game, we came from here and we just came straight here. That was it. Now there's this whole other path we could take as well. What is this for? Strange plants born of the soil that failed. This is new, so I want to know what it is. European studios lead the way in the gaming space how time has changed. Yeah, it used to be Western studios at the forefront for sure, like BioWare, but times have definitely changed. Definitely changed. Warhammer, great stream persona. Thanks, Coach. Well, I've never played a Total War game, but I'm definitely gonna play Total War 40K. I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Oh, yeah. We need to push this first. Oh, are you serious? Cog, this is the second time you have you failed a 90% check. Come on, man. I'm gonna need this to stop. And then what's this? Where am I going here? Clear with demolition. Oh. Still don't have the melted charge. Okay. Oh. I never had to use those before. What in the hell? Oh. You literally put down the plates. That's interesting. What is this leading to? Shimmering scales litter the surface. Some of them have been glued to the tool, scattered across the table. Yep. Fake combat stimulant. The liquid in the barrel resembles unprocessed Gorgesum, but the stink of slime and rot reveals it to be a fake. Huh. Oh crap, I missed this. Perform. Oh, this is the spot for Lathier's ritual. Before, it was right by the camp. That's interesting. And the thing is that they don't go the way of BioWare because they're my favorite studio. And now Outcat is your favorite studio? Nice. Thought that games have so much kind of thoughtfully written, yeah, gay, lesbian, bisexual characters. Knowing how the world is about people like me makes me want to support them and stay in their corner. Yeah, they're very consistent in providing those relationship options. It's absolutely appealing. No, it's like gets more refined. We'll be seeing more games of quality for them as well. We'll see. We'll see. I'd certainly welcome it. I think there are probably a lot of cool Chinese culture related stories that could be put into video game format that I'd really enjoy if, like you said, it wasn't just slop. Like they've got to decide they want to put more effort into some of those titles. But sooner or later, any company gets tired of people not buying their games, and then they put that effort into it. It'll happen over time. All right. Why can't I do anything to that body? Nowadays, you're between Larian, CDPR, and Outcat. Yep. They're the big three. I feel like I should be able to do something with this body that I just dug up, but I don't know. Oh, you know what? I wonder if this is case related though, and it's because I don't have these cases finished out. All right, nope, that's it for that. Research, yeah, complete that. Complete that. What's the deal here? The Habs own a home to a clan of flesh-eating Xenos called the Kroot. The four-toed footprints at the excavation site belongs to them. Yeah, they're not the four-toed people. Research. Professor renounced saints' abilities, began preaching repentance of transgressions through suffering. Renounce, this is true. Renounce Confessor Ursimus, renounced saints' abilities and began preaching repentance of transgressions through suffering. Yes, that's true. That we haven't done yet. The Crute were abducted by the clan of Swamunas. No. This one. The divers worship the divers killed. Divers disposed of the bodies of those unwanted by the Baron. None of that either. Carvers eliminate anyone. This is true. Take revenge. They raid, loot. Yep, that's true. Block of repentance, bog, beast. Okay. All right, and now anything over you? Nope, no problem. What are we doing? A Warhammer Island Wake thing? Oh, you're an Inquisitor, so you investigate cases. So you have a whole journal that keeps track of the clues you found so far regarding the cases that you're working. Oh yeah, that's one of the crates. That's fine. Then came over here. I could cut that off, but I don't want to. You know what? I want more melter charges right now. So let me go ahead and take care of that. And where is she? Yep, Sister Septima is over here. Let's go back. There we go. Yep, over this way. One of them have it. Marvel interview with Endgame. I am not excited at all about the new Avengers, unfortunately. It hurts my soul to say that, but I'm not. What's up, man? What's up, Loafer? Did you play Red Dead Redemption 2? Apparently 3 is coming out. I didn't see that 3 is coming out. I'm gonna be honest with you. I loved Red Dead Redemption 1, played through all of it. I think I played it twice, actually. I was not a fan of Red Dead Redemption 2. It bored me to tears. It bored me to tears. I know that is sacrilege for some of you to hear, but it is my truth. I was not a big fan. Last Gun. I gotta look through these and see. Oh yeah, I gotta look through all of these. Okay. Was not a fan at all, and so consequently, I never got wrapped up in all the updates regarding Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, I played it for about, I think, 5 hours. I spent 5 hours on it. I was like, no, this is not working for me. Yeah, same. Went from YouTube. You prefer Twitch for watching? Interesting. What's better about Twitch? What do you think? Inquisitors got inspired by Sherlock Holmes and Doctor Who? Really? That's interesting. My wife loves Doctor Who, so I've ended up watching a ton of it. Okay, cool. He's got his alternative rifle, so 1620 or 1013. So you're better with damage. You're better when it's time to do a regular shot. Now, what are these two things? Over penetration, right? Sharpshooting. The wearer's hit chance is increased whenever the target is going to suffer a critical effect. It must pass an additional toughness resistance test to avoid it. Whoa. That's super cool. Okay. But we don't need axes, right? We don't need axes. We don't need auto guns. Is this heavy? No, it's not. It's not heavy, but it does deal more damage. Now, doesn't he have something specifically related to heavy weapons? This character's burst attacks cost 1 action point less. Haymar could use heavy weapons, and his hit chance with heavy weapons is increased by 14%. There we go. And what is that scale with? Toughness bonus. He really, really likes toughness. Okay. So we would prefer to stick with heavy weapons. Brutal shotgun doesn't help him at all either. Yeah, so none of that helps. So now he could go for the hammer. But I think Katakan cut. Why doesn't this here? Hold on. If I switch these and then I go to character and I go to abilities. Oh, can I just... No. Even that doesn't work. Single target. So maybe this is supposed to be single target with any weapon, right? I want to make it all ability scale is based on Haymar's toughness bonus. Let's do that. Because then every time he does a single target attack with his knife, it's going to scale off toughness instead of weapon skill and hopefully help it do a little bit more damage. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, this game is really good animosity. I enjoy it. Just so I can see more what's happening, what all people are following. Chat is more organized. Got you, Fury. Got you. No problem. You like earlier Doctor Who? So does my wife. She does not like the last couple of Doctor Who characters. She's not a fan of them. Not nearly as much. Her favorite is David Tennant. Kaleka, what's going on? No, this is a new one. I cut that stream. I got some sleep. I'm well rested. Yeah, I plan to put a pistol with the sword, Dujay, but I don't have a pistol available to use right now. So I think I'm gonna let all of these go. Because you don't need a weapon. You are using a shotgun in your alternative. I want you to have a melter weapon. That's what it is. Really want you to have a melter weapon. Right now, yeah, I actually like you having a shotgun. I'll replace the flamer with the melter weapon. That's what I'll do. So the last gun does extra armor damage. Burst fire, though. It doesn't do an area attack, so it doesn't work for you. Brutal shotgun. Oh. So, yeah, this is better. Brutal shotgun does a little bit more damage. Yep, okay. So specifically when dealing with wounds, this will help. Beautiful. Now you have nothing, and we're gonna find a staff for you sooner or later. We don't have to worry about that. And then finally you have your Ripper gun available. That's beautiful. And this does a scatter shot. Oh, and he could use this while in melee range. I didn't even realize that. That's something to consider. Okay. All right. So then you. So first of all, okay, we can sell that. And then this, the wearer's wounds are increased by toughness bonus. But I think the most important thing is damage reduction. So we'll stick with the fortify. To this count of the balls, absolutely. Remortis, what's up, man? I'm doing a second run. How many runs have you done so far on the alpha? Do you watch any animes? I'm a big fan of Naruto and Bleach. I've watched a lot of My Hero Academia. I've been enjoying that. There's something else I was watching recently. Oh, Invincible. I definitely enjoy Invincible a lot as well. You know, unfortunately, with the channel, I don't get to sit and watch animes as much. Like, it'd be different if I could do this as like a full-time job, but I have a full-time job. I got my wife and kids, and on the side, I try to do this. So there's not really a whole lot of time to just sit and watch things online. I know it's premature, but do you like Dark Heresy more than Rogue Trader? I only have 15 hours of Act 1 available for this game. If you're asking me, how do I feel about the 15 hours here compared to the first 15 hours of Act 1 in Rogue Trader? I personally like Dark Heresy more, but I love mysteries. I love being a detective. I love walking around getting clues and trying to solve mysteries. And so that's the whole point of this game. And so it's like this game was tailor-made for someone like me, right? Whereas a game like Rogue Trader, I loved it, I had a great time, but it wasn't tailor-made for someone like me. And so on the strength of that, I would prefer Dark Heresy. I have not watched Vox Machina. I've actually never watched an episode of Critical Role, so I don't have. I love them as voice actors in video games, but as far as the actual show, I don't have a connection with those actors or those characters the way a lot of people do. And so I wasn't necessarily psyched about Vox Machina. And again, I don't get to watch much TV, so. Now you're making vids, breaking it down, potential build passing opportunities. Awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing the content, dude. Glad the equipment systems look the same. Yep, a lot of them. A lot of them look those are the same. These marathon streams show you are such a true gamer. I would have been this game too. Through and through, man. Through and through. I don't play all games, but the games I do play, I'm all about them. I am all in on them. So let's see. How does this armor work? The wearer deals twice strength bonus, more melee damage. At the start of the wearer's turn, all enemies within their influence suffer, whereas agility bonus defense for 1 round. Then Sarah might place to the inside of this otherwise unremarkable armor. How such material find its way to lower levels of the hive is a mystery. I feel like somebody should be using this, but there's nobody who it works well for, so I'm gonna just have to let it go. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, it's you. Because even though you have low strength, you're dealing such little damage with that knife, anything is going to help. So I'm going to give it to you. Because this is doing nothing for you. All right, what's this? Yeah, that's garbage too. What do you have right now? Yeah, you got something that's helping you a little bit. And then you, 28, so you got something. Oh, and this gives you plus 10 fellowship. Okay, so yeah, they even start with better gear too. Again, as if you had went somewhere else. Super cool. Okay, and that's trash. 30. The wearer deals 2 times strength, more melee damage. Yeah, we're good on that. And then what's this? Exploit stats waiting for the recruit. The start of combat. The wearer gains +1 morale. Sure. Then what's this? Wearer does damage over time effects deal willpower bonus, more damage to Xenos. Yeah, you got bottom of the barrel willpower, but you got crazy willpower. I never checked to see if you could double up on the willpower. What up, Davey? How are you? Making me want to go back and play Rogue Trader. That's what it does. This might be a curveball, but did you play and love the Batman Arkham games? I absolutely did. I love Batman in general. Top 3 hero for me. I played all of the Arkham games. I loved all of them. I almost played the Gotham Knights game as well, because I'm actually a fan of Red Hood, and I knew it had the Red Hood in there. But I looked at those trailers and I was like, I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna let it alone. And frankly, I never regretted it. There's nothing I saw or heard that made me say, oh, I should have circled back and played it. So that strength melee armor would be great for a Sanctic Psyker build for a custom character. Yep. But not for anybody we get. Something that makes you feel more like a paladin now. Got a glimpse of it on one of Sarah's level ups. Yep, I chose the Sanctic route, and I thought it was super, super cool. Super cool. Streams over 12 hours bug out on VODs. Yeah, a lot of people were telling me that my stream is not available on my channel right now, right? And when I go and look at it on my YouTube channel, it says processing. So I hope at some point tomorrow the stream does become available. But if it's just processing forever and it's never available on my channel, then I'm gonna have to set a cutoff just on the strength of that, because not having that stream as a VOD is honestly really, really annoying. Really annoying. Your VOD for your Mongol stream isn't a pair of YouTube VODs. Yeah, because YouTube is saying that it's still processing it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to character creation as well, Remortis. Let me go back to this. Okay, so this is all done. Yep. I don't need any of that. There we go. That's 211, and then all of this can go. And then this stays. Okay, so let's get, what was I missing? We'll need one more of these melter charges, and then one more of these melter keys, one more of these machine right sets, And is there anything else I wanted to like just straight up buy? Ogren Heavy Bolter. Wow. Info. This weapon deals 7% more damage to targets with negative morale. This weapon deals ballistic skill bonus and weapon skill bonus percentage more damage to targets with negative morale. Interesting. Interesting. Having somebody who can fire heavy bolter whenever he wants would be so freaking cool. This is the one I really want. I never got a chance to get it though. All right, and staff of flames is crazy. All right, this will have to do. There we go. And we'll let that go, and then we'll save here. Stream is just too big for YouTube. Agree, it's a 6th stream. Thanks for Mortis. Wonder if they'll add all the classes that the young woman looks markedly less repulsive from her surroundings. Even the large scar running from her forehead. We've seen that. Hello, Master. You do look strange, passing strange. Nobody here goes around dressed like that. They wouldn't let me talk to her before. She wears a work jacket bearing a suspiciously familiar insignia, the insignia of Inquisitor Melisentilia's workers. What's up, High Demand? Yep, 2 melted shards just in case. You never know. I am sure you've been asked this before, so sorry, but has there been any nods to the rogue trader or any others in this game? Not yet. No, not that I've seen. Who are you? Zolda. Yep, junior assistant. Where'd you get the jacket? Oh. Did I have this conversation? Her face drains of color. She presses her hands to her chest and speaks with a shaking voice. Well, I found it. I will not harm you. I need to find the owner of that jacket. She relaxes a little, but still looks ready to flee at any moment. No, I found it, honest. I was in the Phlox pit where they chuck all the corpses. Everyone they torture goes into that pit. If they don't die right away, then onto the spikes they go, and job done. Afterward, they strip the corpses and hand out the clothes to their own people. A jacket like this would be too posh for the like of them, so I took it. Please, don't tell the penitents I stole from them. Are the members of the flock torturing people here? Exactly so, Master. Torturing and murdering. They can't get enough of it. Compose yourself and answer me properly, or I will deliver you to the flock myself. Where is the pit? The young woman's head flinches as if struck. She looks at you with plain terror. No, please. Don't hand me over to the flock. They'll burn me alive for this. I pinched the jacket off a body left by the Baron's men. That was before the sea rose. The Baron's men dragged some unfortunates over to the shore. They were carvers too, only they were filthy, and the jackets they were wearing looked bloody good. The Baron's men shoved weapons into the fellows' backs and told them to jump in the water. So they jumped. I waited till the carvers were gone, and then I took it. He doesn't need that jacket anymore, does he? Why did you say it came from the flock? She gives a childish little shrug. The flock, they mind their own if you don't cross them. But if the Baron finds out I stole from him, he'll chop my hand off or maybe kill me. So I figured blaming the flock was easier. They're an odd lot. I've heard enough. Leave this place at once and do not cross my path again. Thank you, Master. I'll remember you for the rest of my days. Nice. I missed them that first time. I missed her the first time I played this. Very, very nice. Okay. Oh, that's right. Forgot about this. Booyah. Whereas not attack this turn, they gain 5% damage reduction. Ooh. And he does not have any gloves, so he'll take that. And then you like this. Whenever the wearer's melee attack kills 2 or more enemies, the wearer gains +2 morale. I don't think you're going to trigger that very often. You're mostly a single attack guy, but we'll see. Oh, but you can do it. You dual wield, so if you kill 2 guys back to back somehow, suppose it's possible. Here we go. We want to go here. What ideology run is this? The there's not really an opportunity in the alpha to choose an ideology. Well, I guess on some level there is. You don't get real ideology points. But in this, I'm going to be more dogmatic. So in the first one, I was all about, hey, I work with whoever. And so I work with a lot of Xenos. But in this one, I plan to betray the Inquisitor and see what happens when you rat her out to the Battle Sister. Beautiful. And that allows you to just get up here, I assume. Okay. The Emperor protects. All right. Now let's go back over here. And back over here. And there we go. Discover anything? Nope. Okay. How do you get over there? That appears to be blocked off. Okay. How do we get up? Oh, you get up inside here? Okay, cool. Beautiful. Let's go out here first. And out here. And out here. And out here. What is the deal? Please, sleight of hand. Oh. Why y'all keep making me use things? Whenever the wearer uses the push ability while at full wounds, veil degradation is increased by +5 instead of +3. Ooh. That is very nice. Who are you? In the name of his all-encompassing forgiveness, I reverently inflict gaping wounds. Let them be filled with pain. In the name of repentance unending, I will rend my flesh and the flesh of those who are blind to death. Behold my shame and my guilt. Enduring and preserving, striving to wash away your transgressions, I cast you into an abyss of misery. Well, geez. And does it every time? All right, fine. Aha! You gotta shoot this. Okay. Who's supposed to get this? Oh, yes, my Psyker. What does he have right now? At the start of their turn, the wearer's armor durability is increased by +3 for each burning unit in combat, which is a well, actually, half your willpower bonus. So if 3 enemies are burning, that'd be 9 armor. That's cool. But I prefer when he hits, he absolutely obliterates you. That appeals to me a little bit more. Whereas, ooh, what is she wearing? This set of chemical reagents increases the bleeding, burning, and toxin levels inflicted by the wearer by half her intelligence bonus. Nice. Okay, yeah, so they give you extra equipment. That's so freaking cool. To acknowledge, hey, you've been somewhere. And so it makes sense that you would come with more stuff. That's actually kind of sick. Means that, oh, the more rate of fire, the higher rate of fire he is, the more damage reduction he has. That's interesting. This puts the done bud do. Wonder if Falcat would ever do old world fantasy. Maybe an Age of Sigmar, but rather old world. What's the difference between Age of Sigmar and old world? Did you already have stuff? I gave you that, so no. And yeah, Corsair, Shuriken Catapult, keep that in mind. Okay, so oh, I guess, you know what? Damn, that would have been a way for you to get some extra armor points, but he'll take it. He'll take some extra armor points. Okay. And that's all we need. All right, now, who's gonna be? Yeah, he's the one who could probably take care of it the best. Will they let me do a burst attack against you? Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And let's do a quick save there. Be cool to see a pure evil Warhammer game. Yeah, there's a lot of people who want Black Crusade. They would love for that shouldn't have happened. It's one of those things I gotta have to do better at. It's fine. There we go. There's a lot of people who want Outcat to do Black Crusade next as their Warhammer game. Be interested to find out if that's something they would be interested in. Not off. Excellent. I don't know what that does, but I do it just off GP. The first one obviously turns off this stuff, but I don't know what the second turn is for. Loving the environments, the user interface, game looks great. I agree, Sublight. I think Outcat has done a really good job. Ooh, what's this? Whenever the wearer makes a ranged area attack, okay, each target under the concentration effect must pass a metal test or its concentration is disrupted. Is that right? I like that. I like that quite a bit. And she doesn't have any gloves anyway. She loves disrupting concentration. So yeah, automatically it's gonna do that. That's awesome. A ranged area attack. That's very, very cool. Very, very cool on her part. All right, let's go ahead and move forward. So my left lung for a Warhammer Old World game. What do you love about Old World so much, Skeletons? I don't know. If Outcat did a 40K, they'd be more so about doing a 30K Horus Heresy game than having the time and space for a 40K sequel. I actually like these freaking cool little sections where it's dark as ever and you need the flashlight and all that stuff. I think it's really, really cool. What is the companion on the far right of your party? He's a Aldari. He's a Wayseeker, which is basically an Aldari navigator. What was that? What did you discover? You discovered the body. Clues, damn scrolls. Ooh, bunch of stuff that I'll search through later. We start the generator. Let's go. I'll find it. Flashlights are sick. Yeah, flashlight effect is cool. I agree. What's up, Molecule? How are you, man? Old World is sort of based off this world, like elements of it, and goes wild. Example, pretty much has undead Egypt, but again, is it this world? Just take classical fantasy cultures as stepping stone. That does sound really cool and interesting. It's hard to explain with text. Okay. Well, just off the strength of you wanted it, I hope we get it one day. Honestly, a short Death Watch CRPG could be cool, even if it was just a DLC campaign. I've always enjoyed fantasy more than sci-fi aesthetically and thematically, but Warhammer Fantasy was made with the intention of capturing a grounded historical setting alongside its fantastical elements, and as someone who works in history and academia, that really appeals to me. Nice. That does sound unique. One door closes and another opens. Bunch of stuff I'll check later. That's RPG classic. Hey, but you like when you get those moments. You're like, oh snap. This looks like a bunch of things I'm gonna want to get into. Oh, is this what just opened? Nah, I'm losing track of what's available. Oh nope, this is the corner that was already open. Overworld kind of reminds me of Europe. The GURPS world was a lot closer to the real world fantasy, unlike D&D, completely made up reasons, etc. Got you. Was this here before? Yeah, I searched through this here. Yeah, okay. It's this we need to go to. All right, do this nice and slow. There's light in here, but that comes with its own problems. And I don't know what just got discovered. Pretty sure. Oh man, they're really gonna make. Oh, here we go. I don't know why it's 100% all of a sudden, but okay. Why is it? I wish there's a way for him to get more skill. This is gonna be ugly. Oh, nice. Wasn't that bad. Okay. All right, cool. The lighting engine is really good. Yep. And I feel like they're gonna do creepy really well when we finally get like to our Night Lord dungeon. You know, instead of just a quick little cave like here. That's gonna go super hard. Oh, that's her needle pistol. She's a fan of that. Foul smelling bodies, grease stains. Gunshot wound to the thigh prematurely ended the career of the installation artist. Hidden lead. And nothing else to do over here. Oh wait, this. Okay, this seems like a good opportunity. Go through here. Okay, workers' footprints. Yep. Damp scrolls. Hidden cave we'll get to in just a bit. Manic. The tragedy of Salenza Sectoris. A maniac in Mare Sportum has been using bodies to create still lifes, fascinated by the bloody events of the Salenza Sectoris. Initiating data upload to the sacred repository. Like it pretty much is fantasy Egypt, fantasy Arab, fantasy China, fantasy Holy Roman Empire with German names, to King Arthur mixed with French knights with the whole Lady of the Lake thing. Oh wow, so they just go crazy with it. Also the idea of attempting to fight chaos with nothing but faith, steel, and gunpowder. That sounds like a great time. Workers' footprints. The Barons gang ransacked the excavation, took Millicentilia's workers prisoner. Nope. The Barons' victims, whom Zolda looted, were well dressed. Those who displeased the Baron disappeared. It is possible he's abducted people for profit. He's not. Let's see. Eerie human installations can be found in corners of Maris Neptorum. There we go. Hidden cave. Research. Research. Complete. Research. Complete. Research. Complete. Okay. Bodies with horrible wounds were found in the cave. Traces of the unidentified force that melted steel and stone were found in the hidden cave chamber. The hideout of a maniac who composes still lifes for the bodies of his victims was found in the hidden cave chamber. The wounds on the bodies in the cave were inflicted by a lightning claw power weapon. The traces found in the cave match those of the Astartes teleportarium effects previously recorded on Schultz's Valor. The clues found in the cave point to the presence of the renegade Astartes in the lower half zones of Hive Sibelius. Key tactics of the renegade Astartes in the lower half zones of Hive Sibelius: violent pacification of civilians, terror, and population suppression by broadcasting Vox recordings of torture. Interesting. Old War also has vampire pirates? That's crazy. Uh-oh, they say I'm missing something. Oh, they're missing something up top. Not that. The burning of the Silenza Sectoris Hab Zone was a consequence of the Night Lord's campaign of terror. I agree with that. The burning... What? Confessor Ursumis was the victim of the Night Lord's merciless terror in a neighboring half zone. That's true. In the neighboring half zone. After the tragedy, renounced. Yep. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right. And so the plot thickens. Let's not forget about the Skaven. The Skaven. Let's see. Is this? This is another copy of the Ripper gun, so I don't need this. This gives you another psycho power you can use when you want to. Oh, look. Siphon Light. The psycho drains life from the target, dealing damage and healing themselves for veil degradation wounds. If the psycho is already at full wounds, their closest ally is healed instead. Nice. And then this. What is this info? An attack with this weapon attempts to inflict toxin, and you can shoot with this weapon in melee range. That's all cool. Oh, I like the needle pistol because if you used it, then she would also be able to use her claws. But the damage from her claws isn't crazy. But I did notice polite refusal. So they already got polite refusal for her. So I guess if I already got polite refusal, I might as well use it. Billing may only be used once per round. Experimental utilization. Ranged area attacks have a chance to hit any body part without aiming for any part in particular. They also have a chance to inflict critical effects when doing so. Yep, nice. And she does that as, oh, she already got tactical movement specialist. That's not what I would have got for her, but okay. Oh, is that what she started out with the last time? Tactical movement? Interesting. Maybe she did. Maybe she did. Heavy armor specialist. That makes sense for him. Okay. Yo, it's a sick, this whole detective mystery thing. Yep. I think it's really, really freaking cool, dude. Skating sentient rats with questionable judgment. Interesting. Or the lizard men, who are pretty much dinosaurs with the Aztec elements. Nice. And spaceships? The most grounded, realistic part of the Warhammer setting. The giant evil rats that live beneath the earth. Nice. I went all the way, right? Is there anybody in that jail cell? There is. Okay, we can't do anything with you apparently. No problem. All right, I think this should be everything. I'm missing 2 items. What is... Oh, I could extract the fuse. I don't see a need to do that. And then what is this? Oh, there's something right here that I missed. How'd I miss you? Okay. Booyah. And that's the only thing I missed. Okay, now, brown marshes, but no. This time, I think it makes more sense. It works better if you go to Upper Town first. So that's what we're going to do. The issue with Arion's claws, the same issue I have with Haymar's knife, is great to represent Katakan's melee abilities, but it doesn't scale well. Exactly, Boom. Exactly. I agree 110%. I think I'm going to have her two-handed melter weapon in one slot, two-handed shotgun in the other slot. Melter weapon focuses on armor, shotgun focuses on wounds. Got for her, but okay. It is what it is. Yeah, when the world's blown up, they just pieced out on spaceships and still have them in AOS. Wow. Okay, so they still have this same argument. That's fine. They make sense. It's not like... So it doesn't seem like whether or not... That's the Baron. Okay. It doesn't really seem like whether or not you come in first has a crazy effect, at least not as of yet. What is this? Push, 100%, beautiful. Oh, here we go. This is how you get there. Lower Town, no problem. And what's this? Scarf around his neck. All right, and then over here. Whispering Bandit. I'll deal with you on just a second. Block Preacher. You like these environments better than Rogue Trader? Why is that? Yeah, Bastard Duckers. What are you talking about? They've caught us. Let's go. Boom. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then there's Stonehead down there. Okay. Local worker. Sleight of hand. Oh. There we go. Excellent. And then perform his ritual. Here in this hovel, there are quite a few onlookers. Boom, boom. Flock is here. Stand back for your own safety. Bam. And that worked. You care about your own kind? And you managed to get to the city by yourself. Okay. That part's done. Now let's head all the way to the bottom. Don't know how to articulate it. Something about a lot of the Road Trader levels just didn't work visually for me. They weren't terrible. These are just more appealing. I definitely feel like these are more appealing. These feel more realistic, in part because of the verticality for me. I think all of the verticality and that sense of people being stacked on top of each other, it makes it seem like a more realistic place. I also think even the fights come off, so a lot of the places where you have fights in Rogue Trader, it looks like an area set up for fights, whereas I feel like some of the fights you have here, it looks like more so an area where, hey, things are just happening and a fight breaks out. You want what do you want with these people? You should leave them be. Be winners. Awesome. And then Stay here. I might need you later. Beautiful. That's if you want to climb down. Ugh. Alright, that was my last multi-key. There's not any in here, so I'm definitely gonna need to get more. Yeah, the verticality and the lighting. Yeah, the lighting is a lot better as well, for sure. Do you like the verticality for combat? I do, but I feel like honestly it's not used enough. When I first heard about all the jumping around you could do, the thought that came into my head is, oh, I'm gonna create a character that specializes in jumping, and when enemies are in these far away, you know, tucked away locations, I'm gonna just jump up to them and take them out as a melee specialist. And while the verticality counts a lot in exploration, I feel like there's not nearly enough done with it in combat as far as you being able to take advantage of being someone that can, you know, go leaps and bounds. So I'd like to see that fleshed out more. We'll see. I'm looking for people. They appear to belong to flock. Pride and worship. I want to join the flock. Give me something for the pain, darling. This is gonna be rough. Yeah, I guess we'll take the Medicae. Failed last time too. Damn. How can I help the flock? I have a few questions about the Maris Spectrum. Well, does he provide any other information about this request? No, he doesn't. Beautiful. Glad I at least had some of those left. What did I run out of? I ran out of multi-key. So yeah, I'm gonna have to just find some more multi-keys somewhere. Lovely. Why does it look like there's something over there? That looked like stuff I should be able to loot, but apparently not. Why was I supposed to use that box? I don't think so, not yet. Here. Yeah, let's repair this. Beautiful. And last one. What is it that he needs again? Property Imperium. Return to the excavation site. Okay, cool. I should have ratted him out to the battle sister earlier, because now honestly I'm not sure if I missed. She might have wanted me to do some things specifically to to sabotage him that I would have missed the opportunity to do. I didn't even think about that. I want to wait until the last moment to betray him anyway, because if nothing else, I want the Crute as an alternative party member. There we go. You're good. I don't want to be run around short a whole party member for the rest of the for the rest of the damn alpha. Can you hit that? He won't find out we did everything quietly. What? Why? Here. There we go. You just had to be closer. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Lovely. All right. Spectral awareness. Hey, you know what I just realized? I don't think I ever went over here. I don't think I ever figured out how to get to that door. I wonder what you're supposed to do. Keep walking. No outsiders in the warehouse. Baron's orders. And then they walk away. What did you mean enjoy the fallout? Cog, are you in the way again? Thank you. What's up, Mad Dog? I appreciate the $10 donation, dude. Uh-oh. I was about to say, is it a problem when they catch me in here? The warehouse is closed. No one's allowed without the Baron say so. Yep, I should have closed that door. I should have closed that door. Would have been fine if I closed the door. TV show as you were playing for. How many episodes are out for the TV show? Do I have to? I think I need to restart it. Damn. Is it still only on the first episode of the new season? I did watch the first season. I thought and I really enjoyed it. Bingo. All right, now. How do you get to that alternative door, though? Only one episode so far? Got you. Did I just fail that? Nope. Okay, cool. Another rope. Nice. Beautiful. How do I get over there? I'm pretty sure I never saw this area. Yeah, and it doesn't look like it's meant to be accessible either. Wait. Where? Oh, this is Upper Town. We're above the area I was. Oh, they let you see the area below. This is that jail cell And then this door, we did go inside here. Interesting. You could just see it from all the way up here. Huh. That's fascinating. And then how do you get up here? Excellent. Okay. Oh, I never realized you could go back over here. I never went over here my first time. The walls, this wall looks weak with enough force it could be smashed through. Hey, come on. This is the Baron's warehouse. If you touch anything, you're dead meat. Oh! Damn! You could kill the local and then clear out the wall as an alternative way to get to the warehouse. Interesting. Yeah, I agree. The game looks super, super nice. Having a great time with it. Damn. Just leaving. Man, Dan. He just leaves his enemies hanging from the damn ceiling. That's crazy. Mm-hmm. Face. Trader's card in his chest. That's not cool. What triggers you being able to search into those, I wonder? Because they don't let you search them in at first. Sublight, thank you for the $10 donation, dude. You've earned this at more, my man. Hey, thank you. Love the overall look of this game. Me too, dude. I think this game looks amazing. Ooh, that was another key thingy, and I need one of those. But unstable down, the structure's collapsed under its own weight. Yeah, I think this is looking like it's going to be yet another banger from Outcap, man. And I couldn't be happier about that. Really could not be happier. I'm blind. Open your eyes, you idiot. Cutthroat. Now I can loot all of them. Is that the way it works? I don't understand why. Yeah, now it lets you loot all of them. I don't understand why you have to walk in a little bit before it'll let you start looting them, but whatever. I'll take it. There you go. Here's the alcohol you're looking for. Strong stuff. The first three start from smallest and go up. And then the other three start from biggest and go down. Okay, cool. Can remember. What's going on, Wog? Is there a lot of reading, or have they made it better with more voice acting? The full game will have voice acting, but the alpha does not. Bam, bam, bam. Oh yeah, I wonder how you're supposed to get through there. What is in there? I wonder. Keep your hands to yourself. I'm watching you. I wonder what's behind that door. I never found that out. First time I played through the game. take the lever. Happy community. Thanks, Jovi. Master playthrough. Ooh. I got the lever. Okay. There we go. There we go. This. So 245986. 245986. Two, 4, 5, 9, 8, 6. What's up, Chahaya? Yeah, they've definitely made some quality of life changes. So, like when you level up, it's been changed significantly so that you don't have these long lists that you're going through. 2, 4, 5, and then 9, 8, 6. Lovely. Also, there's even less buffing that you have to do because you just you don't have to wait for the animations of the buffs to. Ooh, good lord, that's not cool. You don't have to wait for the animations of the buffs to go through. You basically click on them and they'll automatically activate when you attack. Like all knowing about Laren, the anti-ad people, the losing ones that now be calling Laren racist, since now they aren't getting their way. How is the issue with AI? How does that equate to them being racist? I don't understand. Oh, that was unfortunate. Doom. Just remember the other day, did you discover if burst was working as intended or bugged? Burst attacks are working as intended. Burst fire, the ability, does not appear to be working as intended, or it's just the way they've implemented it is trash. So they're definitely going to have to do something about burst fire. Beautiful. Yeah, see, she just had a little dialogue thing up there. I keep wondering how I'm supposed to take advantage of that. Gonna try to get Rogue Trader over the winter. What's up, Vexhard? But it's honestly really hard for me to spend so much time in such a dark world. Yeah, I can see that. It's definitely grim dark. It's not for the faint of heart. Slinging insults at Laird now. Apparently some of the ways they do certain characters early on was bad. Huh. I might have to look at that because most likely I'm not going to agree. I'm pretty sensitive to that type of stuff, and I've played all the games Laren has done and never felt like, oh, these guys are racist as hell. I can't stand them. Like, no, that's never been a thought. Never been a thought. Tana, how did you even that up? Why can't all the what are the orders? If you listen to me, I can get you working for the Inquisition. They'll feed you well for hitting their enemies. Hitting? The Augur knits his brows and leans over to you. You notice a strange gleam in his small black eyes. I likes hitting. Maul's not stupid. Tell me what to do. Here are your orders. On the seashore, find a camp. Find a camp run by a woman in white armor and tell her acolyte sent you. The giant's eyes seem to glaze over for a moment, but then he nods and turns towards the exit. Nice. Hey, Upper Ivor, nice boots. Fancy a trade? Yeah, I agree. From what it sounds like, Chahaya, that doesn't sound like a real issue. Like when they had an issue with the AI stuff, I understood that more. I absolutely understand why people have an issue, but Racism? No. No, thank you so much for coming out. Officially, it's anti, and the people mad over that are just out of themselves to get out of the community. Hey, look, I'm never going to be mad at what happens when I stand on what I believe in. You know, like, I can only be me. I can only be me. There's no point in trying to be somebody else. Who are you? Calling yourself bear in a place like this is absurd. How'd you become the leader here? No more about the Gargus. You supply. Locals tormented. All the bandits follow you. What about the divers? That's enough. You know anybody named Durkis? Okay. You aware of that? You know someone, Rufinus? You've never seen this man? I'd remember that burned face if I had it. Bye. I was able to make him say more before. That's interesting. Say the bog beasts are on the outside. Fresh room troubling you. Carousel. And you won't tell me the name of this witness, will you? Doesn't matter, she's confused. If that's true, then why? Then I'm giving you a chance to explain yourself. What really happened? I have no idea what to do. Maybe if you give me a solid reason instead of empty words, or maybe if you come here to help instead of making demands. What kind of help do you require? Me, go out there and take a look around, Upper Hiver. Mayor Sportum was underwater, but I'm still alive, unlike the poor bastards in the low-lying parts. No, it's everyone else who needs help. Range discrepancies. Yep. Whoa. Oh, yeah, he brought the two people who were actually responsible for it. Lovely. Tell me about this place. Yep, we're good on that. Excellent. Absolutely, I agree. This game looks like it's going to be amazing. Trying to cancel it instead of just criticizing the AI use. Yeah, the other day I came in here and said they were... Really? Because a single employee... Yo, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't think it was employers. Yeah, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't care what podcast they listen to. Absolutely agree. With the I thought every company was using AI. No, Quentin, that's not true. Legendary dropped in a video going over the full transcript that Jason's trial recently released, and the AI type was taken out of context. Yeah, I keep hearing people say that, but I don't understand how that's possible. I looked at it and I felt like it's the exact same thing that he said. How is it taken out of context? Is the combat too similar to Road Trader U? Nope. Do I wish to see more changes? I think they need to flesh out and refine more of what they've done, but combat is definitely more difficult and feels different from Rogue Trader. So it doesn't feel similar at all. Like Rogue Trader, I carved through everybody in one round. In this game, most fights that I went through my first run took around 4 rounds. Felt very different, very, very different. Oh, that's right, we gotta find Durkis. Where am I right now? I'm here. Let's pull up the map. Where is Rotten Fish? There we go. Rotten Fish is over there. I'm just curious. Last time he was around here. Being fairly honest with what they're doing. Strike the fuse, hermit, rotten fish. I'm just curious. Is there anybody around here? Wait. I wonder if it's that guy who's praying around the body. Where was that? Where was that body? Ah, here we go. Right over here. Let's see if this is him. Does it feel different because they took away the unlimited turn skills? You can still give enemies extra turns. What they took away was the ability to attack over and over and over and over and over again in one turn. And I don't know, maybe there'll be a version of that as you get further in the game, but for right now, it seems like they've really gotten away from that. What roles does the Ogren play? Big tank, which, because this game feels much more tactical, is definitely a big deal. Laren's being fairly honest with what they are doing, but some people hate AI so much they want Laren to burn because of it. It's not constructive. I don't agree with that, Quintek. I do feel like Laren is being very honest, but if you see AI as something that is essentially destroying the world, both literally and figuratively, then Laren being honest in the manner in which they're using AI doesn't somehow make you feel better, because at the end of the day, the problem for you is the use of AI. There's a lot of people who just feel like AI is wrong. I am similar on that. I'm not hardcore to the point that I'm like, oh, if a company uses AI, they're evil. But I do absolutely feel like everything I'm seeing in regards to AI is negative in a really, really serious way right now for the world. And so I definitely don't see AI as like this great advancement or development that is clearly going to make games so much better. I don't. But again, the Laren's use of AI doesn't make me want to stop supporting them. But at the same time, I'm not going to point a finger at the people who have an issue with them and say, y'all are being ridiculous. Like, there are very good reasons for people to have strong feelings regarding AI. Do you recommend buying the early access or waiting for the full game release of Dark Heresy? I think it depends on what type of player you are. I'm the type, it doesn't bother me playing a game before it's ready for full release, playing a game that might have some bugs, that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't bother me. Whereas for some people, it definitely... Whoa! Wolfhard! What's up, man? We just started talking about Laren and who shows up. What's going on, dude? I hope you had a nice stream, man. How are you all doing? What's up, Mozart? I appreciate you, Wolfhard. I always appreciate the raid, man. What were you live streaming? Were you back on DOS 2? Or did you eventually decide to go ahead and give Dark Heresy a whirl? There we go. Let's do a formation this way. You behold the joy in his name. Who are you? What are you doing here? How does one identify the man? You see that instead of terror, pure unbridled hatred surfaces on his face. Nice. Okay, this is him. Thanks. Going to watch a bit as I get ready for bed. DOS 2. You check it out with Dark Heresy? I don't blame you at all, man. I told you, there's no voice acting. I know it's not your thing. Hopefully, when the beta comes around, there'll be some voice acting in it, and it'll be a little bit more your speed. But I'm glad, I hope you had a nice DOS 2 stream. How deep are you into it? Are you doing a tactician? For better activity and different dynamic stories on multiple playthroughs. Yeah, that's possible. Hopefully we'll see something like that at some point, Matt. Take care. Have a good night, dude. Agree with your take, especially Dave's, because it will replace entry-level job. Exactly. Exactly, Tentacle. What's up, Poppins? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at whatever storyline is coming out today, though. It seems like whatever they're talking about in regards to Laren today, I probably would not agree with it. I've never felt like racism was a part of their storyline. That sounds crazy. I want you to kill the witch. It's one of the pillars of faith in the Imperium, despite the simplicity of expression. Only someone well versed in theology could have chosen such precise words. There we go. Why didn't you admit it right away? Just wait. Now you're coming with Sister Septima, and let's go. They should let you do Cog's voice. Hey, I'm with it. I'd love to do it. Okay, so we do still get stopped, even in this version of it. That makes sense. Uh-oh, Cog is sliding into the floor. Let's see as you have some business with my companion. All right. Strange folk, especially, yeah, Millicentilia tried to have this dude killed. Does he do it himself? Protect him from the mob. Who are you to execute a preacher? Sister Septima will judge Durkis, and as for all of you, I will carry out your sentence myself. We'll help you, brother. Let's punish the heretics together. They don't even let you try to reason with these people. Interesting. All right. Damn, there's a lot of them. Okay, Cog. How far can you get? You can get pretty far. Merchant saying with that statue came off as fake after knowing they are using it. If they wouldn't have taken such a stance, I doubt most people would be angry. I feel like people would have been angry with Laram regardless. But I do agree that the statue was a bad move if you knew you were going to come out with that Bloomberg article, whatever that magazine is called. You know what's weird? It feels to me, because that article regards to the statue, Finn had nothing to do with it, or at least Finn wasn't in it, you know? And so it was kind of odd to me that the one where they're heavily having all these conversations about AI, Finn is answering all these questions and saying, hey, this is what we're doing, all that kind of stuff. But then the article that's about, you know, we want to focus on craftsmanship and the real world and all that kind of stuff, he's nowhere there. Whereas in all the other media work they've done, he's been involved. I don't know. It feels weird to me. I don't know if that one slipped through the cracks, you know, or what. But, oh, snap. There are guys behind me, too. Holy crap. That's unfortunate. You know what? I guess you'll deal with them. Let's see. Are any of these guys? He's okay. So he's right here. Let's pull you back by one. I'll actually let you be the one who's right here. Because then he can come around and figure out a way to just annihilate all of you over here. Actually, now that I think about it, all of these guys can rush all of you. So I don't need Cog over here. You know what? Let's switch this whole thing up. We'll put Cog back over here. Cog will hold the line here, and then you will deal with them. You will figure out how to assist them in dealing with them afterwards. And then you here. And then where's my doctor? Oh crap, the doctor is right out. Oh right, I put her out front, I think. All right, because she gets a turn very early. She gets a turn very early, but I don't want her in the midst of all that crap. So she's gonna come over here. She's gonna have to stay back here. But you, when they come up more here and they're all together, you're gonna absolutely obliterate those people. And then you are going to do something similar as well. Let's put you behind. I think this is cover, even though it doesn't look. Yeah, there we go. You're crouching down. That counts as cover. That's what I should have put you behind as well. Here, I'm gonna put you all the way over to the side. Or you know what? I'll put you behind here, because then you can either walk a little bit further and deploy something here, or deploy something back there. There we go. And I think that works. I think that works. Not shotgun. Oh, that's what I haven't found for it yet. I really wanted to have a melter weapon. And you got that. There we go. That works. Twice or interrupt. Nope, we don't need to interrupt. We will do, that's 3-4 burning. Actually, there we go. Didn't we? No. This one, extra wounds. It does not do anything against their armor though. So this is going to help more for now. There we go. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I like that. Hey, I think don't matter. It doesn't matter to everybody. I agree. It tries to stay. I don't know. I'm going to have to look at the transcript again. When I looked at the transcript the first time, I agree with Jason that he fairly represented the comments, but maybe that's not the truth. Maybe I didn't look closely enough at what he said or what he did. Let's see. You here. Actually, let's see. If he does this, 248, huh? But if he comes right here, what if he's right next to you? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, see, that worked out better than it ever did with rapid fire. So I do appreciate that at least. So up in view, using some AI and concepting is a huge difference from games that have it directly in the final project. Whereas everybody doesn't agree with that. Like, just being straight up. Everybody doesn't feel that that's the case. You are an ally, but the rest of those are enemies. You know what? He could. Oh, he can only walk up that far. I'll leave Cog to deal with them. Okay, you know what? It just is what it is. You got caught off, bro. Bam. And let's give you a little bit more. And there we go. Psychic phenomena, -1 action point. I don't appreciate that, but it is what it is. And then you could come out and attack him, but then you're gonna be at the mercy of a bunch of these other people, which I don't particularly care for. So instead, we're gonna do this. How much damage is this? 1 action point. If I'm over here, nope, still won't let me do it. Whoops, no, not you. That's still gonna make him vulnerable in the end. And he's gonna be on no man's land. You know what? Yeah, sure, whatever. I feel like this is almost done anyway. Oh yeah, damn. That's the way this shoots? What just happened? That bugged out. Wait, that bugged out and didn't do anything. Okay, so now it's letting me do it again. There we go. Okay. And that wasn't nearly as impactful as what I was hoping for, but it is what it is. All right. Let's go ahead and run. And he can actually get right back behind cover, can he? Was that not far enough? Okay, whatever. As a professional journalist looking at Jace's work, he has an uneven track record. Really? Okay. Some of his stuff is well done, but his bias bleeds through often, and he's not beyond stupid and dirty tactics. What do you feel like his bias is? Like, is there something in particular he wants to get out of certain stories that is not there? Definitely you. And then definitely you. And then definitely you. And is it possible to... Yeah, we'll take this. Woo! And that. Do I want heroic? I mean, I guess I'll take it. Why not? Do another one of these. And sure. That takes away all of your armor, in fact. So yeah, why not? Larian games have amazing mechanics of reactivity, but the stories are generic. I trust Owlcat more. I do like Owlcat's games more than Larian for sure. But I don't know if I would call them generic. I do still really enjoy them. 56% for arms. I'll take it, sure, why not? 50-50 chance. Booyah, I'll take that. Do. Use AI as a productivity tool. Literally nothing wrong with that. Every industry is using AI. I mean, that's true, but I would argue they're using it in a way that's destructive. That's people's whole point. They see there's no, I don't think there's any pushback over how widely AI is used. I think the question is whether or not it's a good thing, how much is used. Doom. Cog. They will not let me go there. They will let me go here. And then I can hit both of you with this, correct? I sure can. Woo! To see you burst into pieces for something like that just looks awful. Just looks like the absolute worst way to go out. I should have used that skill that would have gave him more armor, but it's okay. Jason very much circles the wagons around personal friends in the industry. I remember when he went to war with Yong Ye because he thought YouTube journalism wasn't real journalism. Really? What did he go? Wow, I didn't remember that at all. That's interesting. That's interesting. And that's kind of crazy. They would go to... What did he marked a square? That's weird. Go to war against a YouTube news company. That's interesting. Ooh, she can run out a long ways. I like that. Well, heck, let's do it. Because these guys got to be close to breaking. In fact, I wonder who's the... Oh, the commander's up here, right? That's why they haven't completely broken yet. Is this guy? Who's this guy again? Beggar leader. Yeah, he's the commander. Yeah, betray the locals. These honest laborers have been betrayed, now are enraged. Right. He's the commander. That's why they haven't just phoned it in yet. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, the other one. Oh, actually, my other weapon is specifically for wounds. Yep, I'll take that. There we go. Ooh, two of them, and I don't know what that square is supposed to be doing, so I'm almost scared of stepping on it. What did you just do? Here I will stay. Durkus indicates the cell he attempts to reach on his next turn. Okay. Okay, bro. I don't know if this is the best sell for her, but we're just gonna move her out the way. No. Ooh, he shot at her right over the thing. That's interesting. Can I run out to? Really feels like at this point you should be over there with them, but whatever. Who decides how much? Same as it is in any industry. Your fans. If your fans say we don't want this, we don't appreciate yada yada yada, what choice do you have? Same as any other situation. There's plenty of situations where a company really wants to do something and really feels like this is best for their business, best for what they want to do, and fans make it clear, if you do this, I won't buy your product. That's what's happening here. I could have done this, but it would have hit you more as well. Ooh! And now you're done for. Excellent. Why is his movement so... Oh, is his leg... He's got a critical injury. That's what it is. His legs are shot. This is a straight line out, right? Yeah, that's not going to work. That's why I didn't get Molten Beam the first time. And this one is such a large area effect, I can barely use that as well. So the only option really I got is a sail. That's 13. You know what? Here, we'll do some of this. And then we could probably get you up out of here, right? Not quite, but won't be long. Fine. What's up, Cheaper? How you do? Oh, you really enjoyed Tainted Grail? That's awesome, Pounder. Had more artists before electronic art creation was easily available. Creative destruction happens. That's true. That's absolutely true. You are bleeding by 5, so you're gonna go down no matter what. Awesome. To be frank, Young Gay is a huge douche that blatantly lies about games, he fanboys. So I know there was a huge thing where Young Gay told everyone that Cyberpunk was going to be amazing and that it was like the best game he had ever played. And it turned out that was nonsense, and a lot of people are upset about that. Damn, he could deal 66 damage. That's crazy. But I don't know about any other issues he's actually had. Is there anything beyond that? It's really hard to discuss complex and nuanced issues like AI and the cage type specifically without derailing this nice relaxed vibe your lives have. This is definitely true, Tentacle. This is definitely true. I'm about to end the stream anyway. I'm not doing another 19, 20-hour stream. If I was going to be streaming for a lot longer, I would have cut it. But since I'm going to be ending soon, it's all good. I'm not worried about it. You're about to die. I feel like 4, there we go. And then you, sure. There we go, that's 6. Now that's 1. Is that 2? Yeah, that requires 2. So what's the best move there then? I guess we could do this. We could go regular. Failed to apply. Oh, he is staggered though. That's good enough. Okay. Is that free once I do it? Is it free to activate this? It is free. Okay, cool. So he'll come over here so he doesn't have to worry about anything else. And excellent. And then this. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I could have just went that route. That's not gonna do anything. 20 damage. Okay. You know what? You can go up there. So let's see if I. Oh, that was 12%. Damn. Right at the last second. And it's gonna take Cog forever to get over here. Oh, or maybe not. Damn, wait. Yeah, no, it's gonna take forever. Oh, but you know what? He can also charge a little bit. That's about as good as it's gonna get. All right, fine. And why can't he do this? Why can't he endure it? This ability cannot be used again this turn, but I haven't used it yet this turn, right? That's odd. The warrior regains. Oh, cannot be used the same turn as charge. Right. Phantom Pain. He said it was the best Metal Gear Solid game with complex story, characters, interesting open world. Was that not the case? I thought Phantom Pain was considered to be a good game. Can she? She probably can't get. There's no. Oh, they will let her get up there. Well, heck. No, fire doesn't make the most sense. Actually, yet again, a situation where I wish I had a grenade for. And she'll attack twice. Yep, sure, that makes sense. There we go. Beautiful. Phantom Pain is great, but was sabotaged in the final act when Kojima was fired. Oh. So basically not considered as good as it could be. Of course. All right, got a little bit of something to you. Sucked as an open world game. Second half of the story is literally just a repeat of the first half of missions. Sounds like it was very solid. Hopefully audio parts in the game are top as well at the end. You know, I haven't been paying attention a whole lot to this game from an audio standpoint, but I get the feeling that's probably something they're going to get right. That won't be an issue. Oh, it requires 3 action points when you use it this way. I didn't catch that before. Damn, y'all really, truly, seriously, are just not gonna give up until the final man, huh? Even he's dead now, and still no. He's gonna lay down another round of fire. But we might still need somebody to come up here, so let's just go ahead and go. Enjoyable, overhyping it beyond belief for months. Oh, for months. And straight up lying about it in review. Well, I could definitely see why people would be upset. How do you have high morale? How is that possible, bro? Do you not see all of your people that I've obliterated so far? I almost want to do this. To be honest with you, but what is this gonna do? Yeah, 30 across the board. Shattered. Like that. Let's shatter you some more. How much are you burning? You're burning 14. 24. How much does this be? 12. Yeah, let's just give you another round. Let's just give another dose of this. Wow. They are seriously not going to give up until the very last man. That's kind of wild. I feel like this is the first fight where I've experienced that. In most others, that's 19%. That's not happening. Can he walk at all? Yeah, he can walk, but I don't think this is going to get him much closer. So he'll just, what is this? 95%? Yeah, sure. I'll take that shot. All right, legs injured to make sure you stay what you're supposed to say. Most of Young's drone these days because he got a major. Oh yeah, in Yakuza, right? And people felt like he didn't do a good job. He's frankly not the right job guy for. What made him not the right guy? I heard about that, but didn't understand why people had such a big issue for about it. He talked about that for quite some time. It was clear he was really excited about it. The animations for Charles do not look right. And it definitely doesn't work yet, but what else is new? Owlcat in charge. It's always something with it when it comes to that. Was cool to see him as a side character, but Kiryu was too far. I really, Fury, you mentioned the sounds. I really like the sound of the fire maelstrom because it almost sounds like a grenade going off. And I think that's super, super cool. There we go. Now that's her. She could deal with you, but you're bleeding. How much are you bleeding? It seemed like you were bleeding. Am I wrong? Oh, I thought that was a bleeding signal, but no, it's not. So yeah, you're definitely the person I should deal with then. But I can't. Yes, I can. Okay, cool. And twice, sure. No line of sight. Now we have line of sight. There we go. That's one. That's two. Legs injured as well. Hard to run when you're on fire and you're broken. And there we go. And let's see, can he just shoot you from here? He sure can, it looks like. And he's got the right stuff selected for that. And you're out of here. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Now he automatically used another attack. And he's at 9 heroic act. Beautiful. What is this? Shred. Wait, what? I don't think I've seen this before. The Veil Tear will be used by 4 right before next side power use, increasing its effect. This side power will also deal 10% additional damage and trigger a psychic phenomena of Peril of the Warp. Where the hell? Why not? Let's go ahead and trigger a Peril of the Warp. And put you on the ground. Staggered, bleeding, and a whole bunch of other things. Beautiful. And nice. You All right, that's enough with the AI talk. I thought this fight was going to end faster, but yes, I understand completely, Jovi. People are not here for the whole AI conversation. Will they allow me to attack from here? Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right, Gio. That's my fault. It's completely my fault. I should have been like, nah, chill out. And I didn't do that. Arms. And you're done for. Is that finally gonna be it? Jesus. I had to obliterate almost all of them before they would finally give up, which I guess kind of makes sense considering the situation, but still, damn. Wait, did Durkis die? Durkis didn't die, right? Hold up. Did Durkis die? If after all that Durkis died, I'd be so annoyed. Sparks in the dark. I completely forgot. The attackers are dead. Don't show completed quests. Report on Durkis. Escort Durkis to Sister Septima. Okay. Looks like I finished that successfully. Hopefully. Those are some disciplined riffraffs. Okay, we'll look at all of that later. Oh no! He did die. Son of a bitch. Son of a... You know what? Whatever. I tried to protect him. That's all that should matter. Well, is that restart worthy? Guards are not mutant, so there are more of them. Oh, you know what? That is restart worthy. I'm gonna have to do it in the next stream. All right, that's it. I am definitely enjoying the second run through, and it's going obviously a heck of a lot faster than my first one. So most likely I will jump back on at some point tomorrow, but I want to take some time, do some content. I haven't done any, I didn't release any videos today, and I don't have anything prepared for tomorrow. So hopefully I have enough energy tonight to whip something up. But definitely I plan to jump on probably late afternoon, late evening, somewhere in that point, and we'll get back to the playthrough. Hope all of you enjoyed the stream today, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. Hard to keep the chat focused on the game, true. I'll do better next time, Jovi. Round 2, I vote yes. Yeah, I'm going to have to do a round 2, Geo. We'll do it next week for sure. Take care, Fury. Have a good night, dude. Take care, Molecule. Have a good night, Tentacle. Night, Leo. Appreciate all you stopping through. Night, Quintek. Take care, Talk. Have a good one, Animosity. Y'all have a good night.